That'd be a nice place for it to fucking come in at.
That was intentional.
Depends on my luck.
So every other one shot has started with this so far, and I'm not going to be one to shirk tradition. So a human, a hobgoblin, a shifter, and a tabaxi walk into a bar. We're
There were
still
no
at the
survivors.
Bloody Lip in Vergessenberg again. You got our nice little ghoul barkeep. I'm not sure if we actually said if he was a ghoul or not last time, but whatever. Would everyone like to introduce yourself? May as well go in order from the bottom there.
There's a. Is there a place to order or a list of beverages?
There's a list of alcohol in order of alcohol volume.
No, screw it. Lagoon's not afraid to just go up and order something that may or may not let him remember the rest of the evening.
Well, if you mention that, you will just get a bottle of straight absinthe.
I will purchase a bottle of straight absinthe.
I don't know if you're gonna
This is gonna
finish
be
the whole
fun.
bottle, but you can damn well try.
How much does a bottle of absinthe cost?
I will say, I'll say it's not good absinthe, so about 5 gold.
Done. Cork popped, mouth full.
If you ever need some lighter fluid, you know the first place to go.
Oh, guess that's what they call absinthe on this island. And then he takes another drink.
At that, this hold it. There we go. This not gentleman, but stereotypical hick over in the corner with his suspenders on and everything starts gesturing the rest of you over as you come in. Hey, why don't you all come over here?
Okay, Shrin will kind of walk around to the other side and kind of cross arms under or across the chest and sit down.
And how about y'all? How about the rest of y'all?
Oh, God.
Got a little proposition for yous.
My guy just kind of looks at him, going, "Okay, that is a weird voice."
I will hang back.
Yeah, well, I seen all y'all's coming in all at the same time, so I figured y'all are part of the same group, right?
More or less.
Are we part of the same group?
For purposes of this,
Should we
yeah, let's see,
describe
yes.
our characters so that?
Yeah, that's what I asked earlier. So
Okay, so my character looks a little wild, has long black kind of wolf-like ears, sharp wolf-like teeth. Is about 5'11", is wearing basically animal skin. And long animal skin cloak. Can't really see anything under the cloak other than like down the very middle. Kind of looks almost feral.
a man of nature, obviously.
Yep.
And if we just go in order here, Swivel, what about you?
I am Tabaxi. I am short. He kind of lifts his oversized wizard's hat over his eyes so he can see. And his long robes hanging down, just like dragging at his feet, a good foot away from him from behind. So all of his clothes are a little bit over big. And very patched. Like you can see all the patches and the brown and the green patchworks all over the cloak and the hood and the hat.
Browns and greens. Not very wizardly colors.
Do they have to be?
I guess not. And then in order again, about Indigo.
All right. This is Yelfier Colmane. He's a human, standing a bit over 6 foot. He looks kind of out of place. He's essentially a Viking. So, guessing by where I've seen a few of these games take place, he's probably going to be complaining about the heat. He's a fighter. He's wearing chainmail armor. He's got a round shield just kind of hanging on his hip, and a as well as a long sword just tucked in there as well. And he's probably looking at the tabaxi like it's the cutest thing he's ever seen.
Even with the clothing? Or
Even
does
with
that
the
just enhance it?
Specifically with the clothing, he was well into his teens before he saw his first true non-human sapient species. So he thinks the quote-unquote anthro characters are absolutely the most adorable things he's ever seen.
But does he think they are worthy warriors to fight alongside him?
Probably.
And last but not least, Kaj. Besides being a filthy drunkard, what else you got?
So Lokoon is most notably a hobgoblin, though he is very scrawny for one, almost more like a orange-skinned goblin. But when he walks proud and proper, military-like. His hair is messy and unkempt, but completely uniform in length. And his clothes, despite the conditions, appear to be as though well maintained. Like an attempt to keep them from being particularly wrinkled or marred. With his bottle of absinthe, he will walk back over to the table with the others and won't say much, but he's there.
Oh, doggy, look at this one. It's got a nice crossbow and everything. Reminds me of my mama. She can be a mean son bitch, you know what I mean?
He's gonna look at the hick for a second, and he has absolutely no idea how to respond to that. If that was a compliment or an insult. So he's just gonna say, "Cheers to that."
Verrier just narrows his eyes and stares.
He'll lift up his little tankard he has and like lift it towards your bottle of absinthe to clank it to it.
He'll clank it back and take a smaller sip.
It's a lot harder to drink the same amount he's doing whenever you have something with like 80 times the alcohol content as him.
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to pull you all in close and start with his little proposition he mentioned earlier. I don't know if any of y'all have noticed, but something's been causing all kinds of nightmares around town, and some of the other magically inclined folk around here traced it to under the town, which makes buck all sense if you ask me. But now that I was thinking about it, there was some getting here the other day that was been done seen something in the sewer grates, but just between you and me, I think he's done lost the plot. And then he takes one of his fingers and swirls it around the side of his head with his eyes spinning in circles. I've been meaning to send somebody down there anyhow. Plenty of folks have wanted to draw water on account of them rats been breeding around here. Why don't y'all do us a kindness and clear it out, will ya? If and there's some critter down there that's causing these sleepless nights, I'll give y'all a free round on the house if you bring back their head. It's a bonus dinner if y'all make it hurt all good right. All good like, you hearing me?
You're the mayor of this town, aren't you?
Nope. Just one of them there, concerned citizens.
Okay then.
Y'all look like some right strong folk that could easily clear out some of them vermints.
Are you the owner of this establishment?
He laughs for a second. Yeah. Hey, Morty. These think
Last
that
I
I'm
heard
the
it was a girl.
fucking- This guy? No. This one thinks that I'm the owner of this here establishment.
No. Last I heard it was a girl. And you definitely don't look like a girl.
I sure ain't.
Do you own anything in town?
Well, y'all could say that I own at least something around here, if you know what I mean. He kind of does an eyebrow waggle towards Loken. Read that as a J for a second.
Vorgier just tilts his head and cocks an eye and goes, "What?"
So, what you're asking of us is to go down in the sewers, kill something that's making everyone, he kind of shakes the bottle a little bit, not able to sleep proper, and you'll get us something to eat and drink afterwards.
Yep.
Well, you know my taste. I'm in.
I will do it for the food.
I've heard a
Free
rumor
food.
that someone in town accepts blood as payment. Is that true?
Well, he kind of leans back in his chair and looks around to the rest of the servers. They're all particularly gaunt and very slowly plundering around. Certainly somebody around here that fits that there description. I couldn't tell you who it is myself.
Does the blood have to be fresh?
Well, can't imagine there's much you can do with some dirty blood. You know, my mama used to take some of them pork chitlins and cook them in some of the pork blood. Don't imagine it'd be very good if it was old blood that's been sitting around getting all clobbered like.
Does it have to be mine?
There it is.
Can it be your blood?
Eh, if it doesn't have to be, then there's plenty of them there rats down there he could always draw her from.
Okay. Let's go collect some blood.
I thought we
He'll
were killing a monster.
he'll stand up with you to walk towards the door and go, well, y'all's gonna be needing some of them there directions to get there, right? And let me just lead you on your way out. I certainly ain't stupid enough to go down there with you, though.
You can definitely see Yelfir's face kind of contort as he's trying not to laugh as this guy's calling us stupid.
Indeed.
Yeah, Lacoon will just be like, "You calling us stupid?"
I can find my way around any city.
And I figured, sewers, so down.
Well, you keep saying sewer, but it's technically not one of them sewer things. It's, first of all, let's just go for a walk for a little bit, and then he'll lead you outside. That I don't have like an outside map, so we'll just stick it here.
As we're going, Shrin like, well, I wouldn't expect this town to have per se sewers. It's probably ruins of another town underneath this one, which may mean that we're going down in crypts and other things.
But it could be a cistern.
Perhaps. See, to get there, y'all just gotta go south out of town and follow the road for a good 10 minutes. It'll be the first thing on to left there. Big old square building and a lot of clearing of trees. It's pretty hard to miss it if I do say so myself. And then he'll lead you to the road south out of town and point in the direction that keeps going and then kind of point off to the, I guess it would be the southwest through the trees. And he'll give you all a pat on the back shortly afterwards.
On the way out of town, can I buy a water skin?
Sure, I'd imagine there's
actually
someplace.
two. I'll say 2 water skins, just because.
I believe water skins are like 2 silver each or something like that. So he'll give each of you a pat on the back. In fact, he was probably leading 2 of you from behind with his hands on your back as he was talking to you. And after he points you down the road, he'll start heading backwards and say, remember, it's about 10 of them minutes down the road. Good luck, fellers. Don't let them varmints nick you where the sun don't shine.
Yelfir immediately checks his coin purse.
Well, it's funny that you should say that, because nothing is missing, but each of you somehow now have a healing potion on you.
Lacoon will
Yeah,
pick.
this guy thinks we're gonna die, doesn't he?
Maybe.
Lacoon has 2 bottles, 1 absinthe, 1 healing potion. Am I seeing double?
Well, if you go to lift one up, the other one is red, and whenever it gets disturbed a little bit, it'll glow even more red. It's be pretty hard to miss and think
I
that
hope that's not the absinthe.
If only I wasn't drinking a hallucinatory beverage.
Try mixing them.
Oh god.
Don't tempt me.
Even it would just have an even higher alcohol content than it already does. I say whenever you all get here, it's midday. You still got the sun poking through the tree leaves over there in the corner. This is bit of overgrowth on the building, but it's not too bad. Maybe some vines going up the side. Building looks stable, but you have no idea how old it is. It is made of stone. Also, this is just my assumed marching order for you guys, so I guess you can rearrange.
I'm fine with this.
Okay, I'm going to.
No one will trip over my cloak then.
Sort of try and stealth up. Oof.
In fact, I would say if you're trying to be sneaky, first of all,
Trying
there
to
is
not
no.
be spotted by anyone who is in the building.
First of all, there is no windows to this building. It's just a door. Fairly poor door. It's kind of just a slat of wood sitting on the thing. You can tell the door has been recently added. Also, is it Shrin?
Yep.
I would say whenever you approach the door, you're immediately assaulted by the extremely pungent smell of pine, as in the trees.
I'm going to see if anybody else has been here. I see nothing.
I'd say even with a 5, you'd notice footprints. It's just that there's so many, it's impossible to tell which ones are fresh.
Yelfir would move up behind Shrin. He wouldn't be trying to be quiet or anything, but he would let the sneaky one do the sneaking. And when he
Vajir.
smelled the pine, he'd pretty much go, "Oh, that smells like home."
Vajir kind of sneaks off to the side a little bit. So you can kind of get a view of the door. If it opens, try to see what's in there.
Well,
Probably as you're walking up and you say, "Ah, it smells like home," ear flicks back towards you, and there's like an irritated scowl that you're talking, and then kind of looks back and tries to open the door without making too much noise.
Lokun's going to pull out his crossbow and just have it at the ready.
well, whenever you go to grab the door, it kind of just, it's extremely flimsy, so everything that was holding on to the inside is now just off, and the only thing holding it up is you holding on to the doorknob, or rather the door handle even.
Then I'm gonna try and gently set it in the bushes here. I'm assuming those are bushes.
Oh yeah. Maybe some poison ivy.
That's okay. I have long sleeves, and at this point, I'm probably wearing my gloves or claws that look like gloves.
I don't have a thing to move the door, but just pretend the door's open now. Oh, hey, the door's open now, guys. That pine smell further assaults you now, as if the tree itself leapt up and slapped you in the face. Inside these obviously crates, that is the only thing that existed on the mapper. You can see that they're more like 2 or 3 foot tall urns that are covered on the top. There appears to be nobody inside at all.
Okay, I'm going to keep my ears up and walk in.
Yelfir would move up, have his shield at the ready, and move in as well.
Vorgier will hang back by the door, poking in with his crossbow, dragging many leaves and branches behind with his cloak.
Essentially, like when you're trying to get comfortable with a sleeping bag and you're just dragging it behind you.
Pretty much.
For the two of you inside, you can now see that there's like I want to say like torch sconces, but not exactly. But there are little holsters for a bunch of large pieces of wood, and then next to them they've got some moth-eaten and rotten cloth around them, as if you were to wrap them together to make a torch. And then on the far wall, so up here, there would be 2 lanterns with glass all over the floor. I'd say that door, recently installed door, quote unquote, probably hasn't been here long enough, so the elements have just knocked the lanterns around and all the glass housing has shattered on them.
So the map for me cuts off here.
Yeah,
Did you-
technically there's a wall there, but
Oh,
it just cuts it off when it's at the top of the map for some reason.
okay, I did not see where you marked, so I thought you might have been marking something that I couldn't see.
Nope, it's just that top part is the wall with a doorway going further in.
Okay, so the lanterns like are smashed, or just the glass fallen out of them?
Just the glass housing they're in is broken. You could take them with you and they would function as a hooded lantern without the hood. So basically you can't dim the light.
Okay,
And trying to hold it would kind of hurt too, if it doesn't have a top.
It has a top, there's just no glass.
All right.
yeah, a hooded lantern where, like, you know how you could pull down the metal slats to make it so you can't see the light? It doesn't have the metal slats to pull down.
Yep. It's just an open flame on the inside.
And there's a doorway going back?
Yep.
I'm gonna kind of head to that doorway and, like, peek through, look around.
If you look down, it is an extremely... Do you have dark vision? You do, right?
I have 60 feet of dark vision.
If you look down, it is just a hallway, and it's large enough for one person to fit through, so you'd all be going through single file, basically. And you can see the wall on the opposite side. It's probably about 30 feet long. And then it looks like it goes off to the left again.
It's 5 foot wide.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna actually pull out a shield and enter the hallway.
I will follow from behind, but
This is another thing I don't have a map for, so just, just pretend you're in a hallway.
do I perceive that there's anything off about the hallway?
Other than it being a very thin hallway, no.
Okay.
Should I just draw a entry to the hallway? Or would
You
mean
just
not
you can
draw?
just pretend it's up there. If you all would like to continue downwards, though.
I would continue downwards.
Is there a marching order that you guys would like to be in?
Yelfir would say he'd like to go first since he has a shield.
I just pulled out a shield, and I am definitely already in the hallway.
All right, so Yelfir's second.
Third up?
I am third up.
The-
All you see is his cloak and hitching up his hat so you can see his cloak dragon behind him.
I'll take the tail.
Okay, there we go. If you all continue down the hallway, so I guess it would be like this. If you all continue down the hallway, you can notice as you're going down that there are engravings all along the wall. I would say you could all make a history check, and if anyone happens to have the Dwarven language, you can do it with advantage.
All right, what do I type for a history check? I'm very new to Roll20.
It's on your sheet there, on the left side. History should be one of them. Sixth one down.
Oh, so just click it. Okay. This is way better.
And I think Yulfir had Dwarvish, didn't he?
Yes, he knows a smattering of it, yeah.
Okay, so I'd say to most of you, you have no clue what this is other than, oh, hey, pretty runes on the wall. Haha, runes go burr. And for Yulfir specifically, you would know this is Dwarven just by reading it, but it's very, like, disjointed, and it's not quite making sense. So you have to assume that it is a more primitive version of Dwarven, but the dwarves haven't changed their language in like thousands of years, so it's got to be particularly ancient.
So this is like finding some Latin that's
Yeah,
primitive.
basically.
Yolfir would pretty much say I think this is Dwarvish, but I don't know exactly what it is, what it's saying. It seems old. Or
It
new.
would be, you'd probably read it and it would be like, good water make floor good.
I'm pretty sure the redneck guy's screwing with must have wrote this.
Oh no, it's, unless he's been around for thousands of years, it definitely wouldn't have been him.
No, he's trying to. He kind of thinks that the redneck guy is tried to write in Dwarven, and this is just what came out.
So you're rationalizing it as a Google Translate job.
Yes, pretty much. He would basically say there's probably fresh water here. It says there's fresh water.
Do you
As
actually
you,
say that you think that the redneck dude wrote this?
Or someone similar to him, maybe a family friend.
They must have been very drunk.
Shren is like, I highly doubt him or any of his family is literate.
That would be a
That's
good assumption.
Voger is pretty
But
certain
literate
he's not
in
literate.
another language.
I'm just pretty sure that's how dwarves write.
Would you as a hobgoblin have particularly strong views about the dwarves.
There's a chance.
Sharon's like, no, I think they're more harsh, but they are definitely more tactile.
Do you mean they are more drunk?
Just a
90
quick question.
I
Yelfir
guess.
doesn't have dark vision, so how dark is it in this hallway?
Besides the light coming in from the door that you took off behind you, there would be none.
Okay, so he's basically also kind of like Braille feeling it as well, like he's got his hand on the wall.
You've got torches, don't you?
Yeah.
Sharon probably looks at you, sighs, and then lights a torch.
Oh yeah, redneck guy couldn't have done this. This says nothing to something about fresh water.
I would say as you continue downwards, it would go off to the left and then back to another thin hallway going down about 30 feet, and then to the right and going down about 30 feet, left 30, right 30, all sloped downwards the whole way until eventually you get to an opening where the left wall starts going down. And it's just a railing basically that you can hold on to. And when it opens up, you can see a veritable forest, not fortress, forest of pillars and let me move you over, a sunlit raised area up to the north. Other than that, you just got the light around you guys from the torch. And up ahead, you can see a bunch of rats scurrying further into this room over here with a man screeching in the background. I'll say it's loud enough to where you can hear it, and let me bust out another poor accent. Come a Luigi, fight it with me to protect our hide from this vermin disease.
That can't be real. That can't be real. I refuse. There's got to be the absinthe.
Is he singing to the rats?
At that, you hear another distinct voice. Come now, brother, it's time for our premiere.
He is singing to the rats.
Well, you do hear the signs of a struggle along with it.
Oh dear. It's not the absinthe, I'm telling you. I also hear the singing.
Oh no. Could you lie to me, please?
Forward.
Should we kill the lights? Turn off the put out that torch.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, please do.
I would have handed the torch to the only person who cannot see in the dark.
Well, excuse me if the gods didn't make me able to see in the dark. And Yelfir would absolutely, as soon as he heard it, he'd just kind of douse it. How would we get rid of it? Actually, just leave it in the hallway, actually.
Just leave it in the hole.
Yeah, that could work, yeah. I will say that this enlightened box on the ground is also a campfire up ahead with a chair sitting next to it. Probably
there's a
tossed
lot
over.
more to this map.
Oh, yeah.
I was just zoomed in and I saw the thing up there.
Yes.
I was like, okay, this one. Okay.
Originally, when he was talking, I was the same. I'm like, he's marking on the map somewhere, and I'm not seeing it, so there must be more map.
It's a very large map.
So I quickly move forward stealthily. Do I see anything else around here?
Other than a bunch more rats scurrying into the room, probably not. You do also, even without a check, you can hear a bunch of chickens squawking in fear, I guess. You assume it's fear. There is giant rats in here.
So they're agitated. Agitated chickens?
Yes.
I'm trying to think of a pun and I can't.
There's spiced chickens, yes. Would anybody else like to approach, by the way?
I'm a little pinned behind the others.
Should we be going in turn order or just move to wherever you
Well,
want?
you are stealthing so far, so. The rats definitely appear to have not seen you yet.
Not seen me, but one of us rolled a 12 stealth.
Yeah, don't see him either.
Okay, I'm gonna roll another stealth and try to
Alright.
move up as quickly as possible. That
You-
wasn't what I said. The thing is blocking my sheet.
What thing is blocking your sheet?
The roll thing. The toolbar on the
Oh,
left-hand side.
yeah, it does that sometimes.
Okay, something just happened. A page refreshed.
So far, still some of the rats are especially unperceptive this morning.
Even the one that I'm 2 hexes away from.
Yes.
They are very lethargic.
You're too entranced, let's say, with whatever's in the rest of the room. Speaking of which, can probably hear the one voice going, yeah, fortissimo! And then the other voice, yes, arpeggio! Along with some more smacking noises. Also, if you'd like to attack that rat, I guess you could do it now with advantage because it is surprised.
I guess I could move and attack it.
Your move and your attack is separate, so.
Crap.
I also don't know if I if I pointed it out before, but these are like dog-sized rats.
I like the size of poodles.
Does anyone have any cheese? We can throw the cheese and watch the rats run off.
What's in a ration?
I guess whatever you think could be in it. Probably some form of preserved food.
Typically, it'd be something like a hardtack and jerky.
Alright.
I think dried fruits could also work.
Yeah, dried fruits could work.
Yeah, Yolfir takes out some dried fruits from his ration pack.
To do what with it?
And hucks him about 4 squares above Shrin. Like just above and over Shrin, closer to the wall.
So here?
Yeah, about there. Trying to make a little bit of noise for them to go. Just food for them to get out of the way.
Here, why don't you roll a /R D9.
Wouldn't that be /R1D9?
I think it works either way. It's other slash. Be sure to put a space in between it. I will say it lands. Let me get the paintbrush. One higher than that up here. And that deleted instantly. Apparently it doesn't like me drawing on this. Either that or it's going on the wrong layer.
Maybe going on the wrong layer.
Did the rats hear it though?
Oh well.
Was it heavy enough to make a sound?
It is on the wrong layer. Oh well. It's on these rocks here, basically. Let's see if they notice it.
Can I like throw a stone if there's any stones around me and just
Oh yeah, they're all over the floor. That's what all this mess on the ground is. Perhaps
Someone, like-
collapsed ceiling or something.
I'm gonna like pick up a stone and throw it in the direction where the food is so the rats hear it?
They did not hear the food being thrown, but they definitely hear a rock being thrown in the opposite direction. I would say that these two here are the only ones that would turn around to it, though. And in that case, if you do want to attack them, I would still let you have an attack before they turn around.
You guys are gonna get me mauled by rats.
It's okay, you got this.
I will move there, and as soon as that one starts to turn around, I'm going to hit it with my claws.
You can do so with advantage. Because it is still surprised, technically.
What? Okay. For some reason, the first one, I clicked my dex instead of my initiative. Philly.
At this point, I would say that everyone could roll initiative, by the way. It's just that the rats are surprised, so he gets to go first. I think that's how it works. Even with advantage, neither of those hit.
Only I'm currently holding a shield, so only one attack.
Okay, it misses then. Okay, thank you, Feck. So in that case, who are we missing? Let's get Yolfir to roll initiative.
On my screen, it says I rolled a 14.
Yep. If you didn't have your character token selected when you clicked on initiative, it won't automatically add it to the turn order.
Ah. There.
Oh no, now there's 2. There we go. 14. There we go. So next in order would actually be Yolfir.
All right. So are we going loud?
So far he has, yes.
He would try and get up close and smack it with his longsword. How far is that?
$20 by the looks of it.
Yep. Try to give her the smack. That hits, do the damage. Just click the longsword word there.
Yeah.
Now to learn if I did these health bars right. I did. Okay. The rat is not looking too good anymore. Got a big cut into the side of it. And then it is off to Loken.
So, Raw, what are the rules for shooting through allied squares?
I don't know if there is any. Oh, okay, there you go.
Well, that rat's getting +2 AC. So a 19.
That does hit.
4 damage.
I'd say it zips right past Yulsfer and smacks it right in the temple, and it just slumps to the ground, and it's dead.
Excellent.
I'm actually just picturing Yolfir's hair just flipping as the arrow goes past his head.
And if I'm not mistaken, I need to then reload as my bonus action.
I don't think it's a bonus action. It's just the loading property limits your attacks to 1. So it will be reloaded on your next turn.
Drawing from ammunition. Drawing the ammunition from a quiver, case, or other container as part of the attack at the end of the attack. Yeah. Okay.
And I'll move up here to this corner to try to get a shot off at that rat in the back, if I have a clear shot.
Looks like it, yeah.
I will use Chill Touch.
That hits. summon your nice little, I believe it's a bony hand that comes out and grabs them. It maybe claws at it a little bit. You can see its fur displace and some blood start to come off of it. It looks disturbed, but not much else. And then it loses its turn. So it's Shrin again. You can walk through corpses, I'm pretty sure.
I think sometimes they're considered difficult terrain, but I've just heard that by GM preference.
It's a pretty small thing, so probably could just step over it. Wouldn't have to actually stand on it.
I'm gonna move to there. And I'm going to try and claw it.
That hits. Go damage. While this spooky ghost hand is grabbing it, you add further to the clawing upon it. It adds some more patches of blood along its fur. It's not looking too good anymore, but it's still up.
For those that notice me attacking, I am literally using what looks like a glove that has hooked claws on the tips of the fingers. The glove is made out of some sort of animal hide with the fur.
And I thought the rat needed a hand, so I gave it a hand.
Now it's got two hands.
Better than one hand.
Upon entering, you do notice that there is now a man in here that is fighting with the rat. However, it is on to Yolfir again.
Yolfir would move up next to Shrin and smack it with the sword.
That hits. Oh, that definitely. In fact, I'll ask how you want to end this one's life with that damage.
Fairly just simple downward stroke, taking its head off.
So you thrust your sword down, and even though it's got a big claw grabbing onto it already, holding it down for you, it's a nice little preparation for you to just sweep down and lob its head clean off. And maybe the body twitches for a little bit, and the head rolls away. It ultimately slumps in a pool of blood. And then we have Loken again.
So, oh gosh, come on, cooperate with me, map. There we go. Well, I'm just gonna shoot the nearest Rouse.
This one is behind a pillar, but I would say it's not enough to give it cover.
Oh, fair enough. I don't know who that woman question mark is, so I'm not gonna shoot her. Gonna shoot the rat. I'm assuming that a 17 hits.
Oh yeah.
That's 9 damage.
That's also another overkill. So how would you like for this small dog-like rat to die?
He rushes over and kind of like slips a little bit because this looks a little moist, but just like skids down aims while skidding and fires, clipping it right in the spine, so its neck spins, pops, and it just rolls over dead.
Let's give it the nice little mobile rat trap. And then we'll go to this. It's definitely not a woman mystery man. And open their sheet. And hear them chanting out again. Largo, Largo. And they do a nice little swing upon. That was to GM and not public, I think. Or was it?
That was public.
Okay, good.
Arpeggio.
He, I would say Shrin and Yolfir, you can notice, but Loken, he's behind the pillar for you. You notice he is smacking this rodent of unusual size, as he said, with a viol. And he gives it a nice little whack, but it is still up and trying to attack him. And then directly after that is Borger.
And I will hit the nearest rat with a crossbow bolt.
That is also an overkill. So how would you like to end this poor rat's life?
It goes through its open mouth and out the other end.
Particularly gruesome death. Extremely bloody.
Kind of pinned to the column behind it, too.
And now we're just down to the one.
Weak.
If you know anything about rats, you know that they're more ferocious when cornered. However, this one is being fended off with a viol unsuccessfully. In fact, let me move these off. There you go. It's back to Shrin.
Shrin is gonna run forward. And I don't have advantage, so miss terribly.
That does actually hit because the rat is being flanked. So roll the damage.
I thought we weren't using flanking rules.
I'll say you can just for this.
6
That is
damage.
also overkill again. So how do you want it dead?
Bring the claws down over its head and turn its head into sliced chunks.
Delicious sliced rat chunks.
Yeah.
And with that, I believe I can just close this, and it closes for everyone.
Yep.
No, you need to actually go in and trash bin our initiatives.
Well, that too, but closing your initiative tab does at least get it off of our screen as well.
And since you ran up to hit this rat, why don't you give me a perception check, Shrin? I hope I'm saying these names right.
Yep, it is Shrin.
Oh, Jesus. You can notice that after you utterly fork this rat's head into 4 prongs, this man is utterly spooked and trying to back away, but unsuccessfully. Before he does so, you notice that he actually, under his hood, he has 2 heads atop his shoulders, which explains why you heard 2 voices and have seen only 1 man. And then I would say, after that, he would fumble to try to hide himself behind the pillar, even though you already know this, and say, I thank you for saving me, but why are you here? I'm a man who cherishes his privacy amongst all else. I guess everyone else, while he is skittering behind the pillar, you could also give me a perception.
Do I see more of the room? Is there anything else back there?
This red carpet here is a lean-to, basically, that's slightly raised off the ground with wood. And there's just a bed in it. He's got a chest over here next to the bed, a bundle of boxes. In this top right corner, there is a bunch of mud that looks like it's been piled up from outside, and there's some like potatoes growing in it. And then in this corner, there is some dirt, a few piles of hay, and some chickens wandering around in this little pen over here. And yes, everyone has noticed his little charade completely, and that he has 2 heads.
2 heads are better than 1.
And in fact, I would say with all of these extremely high rolls, even fucking, you notice he's got an extremely large rat tail wrapped around him like a belt. And if it weren't wrapped around him, it would probably be about 4 or 5 feet long.
Is the tail his?
Yes, it is. There's nothing to see here. Just a musician who wandered in for a inspiration. Yes, Antonio is the name. I would ask that you do not approach. I have a particularly nasty affliction I would not want you to catch. This is why I'm here, you see.
Something's been fouling the water. Got any idea what? We're here to check it out.
The water. Well, there are some fishes in here, so it can't be that bad. I will tell you, though, that they... By the way, would anybody be pressing him on the fact that he has 2 heads?
Do you two argue? Do you get along?
Logan just assumes that he's seeing double.
What do you mean, argue? I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yelfir isn't working with a cat person, a hobgoblin, and a wolf person thing. This is not the weirdest thing you've seen today. Or just in this world.
I think he's going to look back and forth between all of you and notice the gig is up, and then just step out instead and say, okay, yes, I am Antonio, and please forgive me. There are others that were not to be so pleased with my predicament. And then he'll pull his bow in his other hand across his viol again, and say, "Please allow me to introduce my brother here." There's some more terrible singing for you again. He'll pull off the hood with the bow before playing and say, "Hello, new friends. I am Luigi. Please do not take this as trickery. As you can see, we are not normal to all those who dwell above. We are disfigured beyond all help, excluding God." And then kind of bow to it. And with all of your perception checks, I'll just say the same ones. You can all assume this is performed, or they've tried it in advance, but it was kind of just tried on the spot. They messed it up real bad.
Vorgier emphatically applauds.
Yolfir realizes he's got a sword in one hand and shield in the other, so he just kind of thumps the hilt of his sword against his shield in lieu of applause.
Lo Kuun will kind of more of just like baffled golf clap.
It's thank you.
Half werewolf and starts walking out.
Wait, but you said something wrong with the water. My brother Luigi here would he knows something about this. And then Luigi will pipe up and say, "Yes, I have noticed some odd things lately. We went to pull water from the middle of the cistern, and feels like there's something looking over my shoulder. But also, the waterfalls nearby, they distort into the shape of a man. There's water missing underneath it in the shape of a feet. Antonio doesn't believe me, but I've seen it. He's too preoccupied with his instrumentation to notice the world around him."
It won't be trouble just to look, I guess. If you're sure.
Sounds like a bar.
Yolfir would kind of ask, where does he put his waist? Does he bathe in the water or anything like that?
"Oh no, we go out the side for that. You don't want to harm the fishies."
But what about the fishies where you bathe? Outside.
What is this bathe?
I don't know. I don't bathe.
Something tells me neither does he. Starts walking out again.
I would say if you walked out here, you would notice that there are fish in the water. You'd be coming to the edge to explore what's going on.
I will actually then kind of go back and gather the rats and drain the blood into one of the water skins that I bought.
What?
Yeah.
Why are we collecting blood? What?
I said earlier.
I think we went over
Because
this
they
earlier.
pay for it in the end.
Vorgier looks at him and says, "Don't mix the two up. You don't want to drink the blood now."
Or maybe he does.
I hand you the water skin and I hand you the skin full of blood and I say, "Tell me what the difference between the two are."
I push them back. I don't want them. I don't want bloody water skin.
One is notably heavier.
This is gross.
Would you not? You do not like money? They're willing to pay. They're willing to take payment in blood. This is the equivalent of money.
Yes, but this is still gross. Uh,
He's going to follow you out and over to the corner here and point out the place that you probably already see up here. This basically a hole in the ceiling that's leading to a well in the center here where all the light is, the sunlight's coming from. And mentioned that we used to have a room back there, but all the goings on has led us further towards the entrance. It's just safer here. There-
I've got a question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
How long have you, the two of you, been down here?
Both heads turn to look at each other, and they'll say, about 20 years.
Oh, okay. Okay. That answers my question.
It's enough to raise 4 or 5 chickens. Generations.
I see. Okay. So, this other room then. Proceed.
Oh no, I will not follow. However, perhaps you would like some musical accompaniment echo throughout the cistern.
Sure.
Also, to remove any more of the vermin from inside, he will pull out a set of pipes and wrap it around with his tail and bring it up to Luigi's head and start playing it. And a bunch of rats come flooding out from the darkness around this area, but they're all friendly to him and kind of like dancing around off to the side.
he is a rat charmer.
Indeed. Luigi prefers to play the piano, but it's not really fun here, so he took up the pipes.
Well, thank you for dealing with our small rat problem, I suppose. I guess we'll go see what we can see.
There's one final warning for you.
Yes.
There is a peeler further in the side. It's supposed to give you the good fortune if you can pass the test of a skill, though don't know how you're supposed to manage it. There's a hole in the base of the peeler where you stick your thumb, and then you're supposed to rotate your entire hand without your thumb leaving it.
Does it
Yes,
go,
it has a
I got
peeler.
your thumb?
We've tried it before, but it must be fortune teller or fakery. I don't know how you're supposed to do it.
Does it cut your thumb off if you fail?
Probably not. It wouldn't be very fortunate.
Sure. Well, I'll take a look. Couldn't hurt. So where is this pillar?
It is further in. You'll find it up ahead, past the sunlight.
Elfir starts walking.
Fantastic.
They'll start playing their tune, which I have now linked in the the general chat of the West Marches there.
Oh no.
Fougere is looking back, smiling, watching him, tripping over his clothes.
It may be on there. It is not on there already, but I will say the tune playing throughout the cistern will give you all an inspiration.
He's
It's basically just a
bard.
checkbox on your sheet somewhere in the top left.
So it gives us what?
Inspiration.
And that's it?
Yep.
Okay.
A real one, not a bard one.
I was just, for a second there, I thought you said something else.
No.
Can I see past this?
Yes, I was just about to reveal it.
7-headed Hydra, go.
In fact, I'll probably go all the way up to like.
Honestly, at this level, I'm more worried about sewer crocodiles.
Oh, that would have been a good idea.
Looking back, I kind of bump into Yulfir because I'm not paying attention to where I'm going.
And Yelfir turns around and just gives this smile that says he actually might want to try and pet you. But he doesn't.
Resist urge to pet.
Sorry.
Let's
No
see,
problem.
as you guys are walking up here, why don't you give me a perception check?
But I'm bad at that.
I got a 15. Holy crap, I'm the highest.
Ow.
Okay, well, while walking up near here, you noticed this puddle against the floor there. I'm assuming you've lit up another torch at this point, so you can actually see
Yeah.
where you're going.
Yelfir would tuck his shield onto a little hook he's got on his belt and take out another torch.
You notice that this puddle, whenever you have your light out, there's a tiny little slit under the bottom of the wall there that your light is penetrating into.
Here?
Yep.
So me and him see it.
Yulfir sees it with the 15.
I rolled the 15, not Yulfir.
Oh, derp. Okay, you see it with the 15 then?
Then I would walk over and be like, hey, there's a crack here.
Specifically at the bottom.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try and see if I can push something under it.
What do you have to stick under it?
I believe I have a crowbar. I have the explorer's kit.
I don't think that comes with a crowbar, however.
I
Uh,
know.
Yelfir has a hammer and a couple pittons.
I'd say as long as you have something suitably long to create a, not a ratchet, a fulcrum with, though, you could stick it under there and then as you go to like lift it up, you would notice the entire wall starts to shift. And then
When it starts to shift, I'm going to jump away.
you can jump away and the entire wall will still remain shifted a little bit. And I would say you guys in the back would notice it's kind of just like let me reveal this to make it easier to visualize. It's just like a thin wall with nothing behind it.
A secret passage.
Okay, then I would So the reason why I jumped away is I thought the entire wall was shifting like it's going to collapse on me.
It like rotated, let's see, that would be like 10 degrees.
Yeah, so Yelfir cracks out his. He actually does have a crowbar. I was just checking in his inventory.
Yeah, I'm assuming you have the Dungeoneer's kit and not the Explorer's kit.
Yeah.
I thought I had the Dungeoneer's kit too, but apparently that is not the case.
Probably just barbarians don't have an option or something like that.
No, you start with the Explorer's kit and javelins.
I'd say you probably get out the crowbar and shift it a little bit more, and then you notice it's kind of like lodged in there. But if you push at it, you notice it's kind of just a single layer of bricks being held up by a wooden scaffolding with some stuff piled on the back to keep it in place. So you could literally put both of your arms against the wall and push it inwards to get into the other room.
Do we need to do like a strength check or something?
I wouldn't even say a check, because I know you guys have strength, so...
So Yelfir would look at Shren and just kind of go, shall we?
Yeah, Shren is going to push and then kind of skinny in as the door turns.
There you go. You guys can pile on in. And since this is a thing some people do, I'm going to specifically say this skeleton on the ground is dead so that you don't think it's actually a thing that's going to come up. Once you walk in here, you see like a collapsed tent here with a chest inside of it. Some long, moldy crates along the side wall here. This is basically just a skeleton with a bunch of rot on top of it, just a pile of mush that it's laying in. And I would say if you approached the... I was going to say, is Logan here?
Yeah, like
If
I was
you-
following along, I just forgot to move my token with it.
If you approach the tent to look inside, a bunch of bats would start fluttering about
Wait,
as you have disturbed them.
where's the tent?
It's right next to you. It's this with the chest on top of it.
Oh. Well, I wasn't going to mess with the chest. I was going to go and check the body.
Either way, whenever you approach it, the light has disturbed the bats, and they're all fluttering around your heads now. I wouldn't say they're attacking, but they're certainly, like, getting in your hair and stuff.
I guess I'm going to...
Fougere is like waving his staff above his head to keep them away from his face,
I
like
investigate.
flailing his arms.
I investigate the corpse.
I'm happy to take pot shots at the bats.
Go ahead. And I would say your investigation on the corpse turns up. So which bat specifically were you shooting at?
Might as well start with the closest one.
I would say you hit it and skewer it, and it just goes flying off with the bolt into the darkness. And you hear a kerplunk as it hits the water below, which I should have mentioned before. This is a raised platform, and the water below is probably a good 40 feet drop. These fallen rocks here would be a part that previously had gone off from here, as you can tell by the fences being along the one side but not the others. And on the corpse specifically, with a 19, I would say that you notice it is a small skeleton, but specifically you would know it is a dwarven skeleton. It has a metal holy symbol to some god you've never heard of, complete with a metal chain, because all the rest of the thing it previously had has rotten. Sitting next to it, there is a pole or a spear that is about 5 foot long next to it. It's very thick. And I should put these up here. Under the loot with stats sheet. There you go.
It's a mystery.
Okay, then next I'm going to try and investigate the tent. Well, I guess I get tangled in the tent instead of investigating it.
Yeah, I would say the bats flying around distract you for a minute. In fact, at that, I'm going to say whenever the one was picked off, the rest got angered, and you can all now, boop, there you go, roll initiative as a extremely larger bat appears that is very angered by the sounds of its brethren being attacked.
Why did you have to hit it?
I'm not taking responsibility for this one.
It is your fault.
They were harassing us first.
All right, so how do I highlight my character so I can roll initiative?
Just
Click on it, left click.
Okay, got it. Then click on initiative in my character sheet.
Yep. Well, that bat certainly rolled well.
Going last again.
'Tis the life.
Yeah, well, my first roll I didn't click on my character, so...
I will say, let's see.
I still go after the enemy either way, so
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter.
This bat is just going to swoop over here because it can't really get past its brethren there. It knows who killed them. Speaking of which, speaking of killing bats,
Oh, here we go. You're gonna take an aim at the big bat and fire. Does a 14 hit?
It does.
And I only did 3 damage. Oh well, I still hit.
You kind of hit it in the wing, and it just goes through its wing, and it continues to keep coming.
He's gonna like sidestep and just really hope.
There's some battle
through the
music
hole.
for you, by the way, in the West Marches General again. It seems that Antonio has pumped up his game. I don't want to play it in game just in case it gets the VOD muted. As for the bats, this is going to be rather anticlimactic. Unless they all roll high. Let's see. Shrin, the bat near you attacks, and it kind of just gets caught up fluttering about and doesn't actually do anything. This one over here is going to go after Fougere, and it manages to flutter into you and bite your face a little bit for a
Ow,
whopping
stay away.
1 damage. And
That
then this
hurts.
one will also come over here for Jolfer. And it also kind of just comes in, and you swat it out of the way with its shield.
Nah, I still got the torch instead of my shield at the moment.
Swat it away with the torch then. It would still miss.
So just like, fuck off.
So that did a whopping 1 damage. There you go.
How dare you bite me? You will pay for that. So I will go after the big bat, the boss bat. And I will hit it with Chaos Bolt.
I will say, since the small bat is so inconsequential, you can roll damage on that.
I will roll a 1d8.
You rolled 2. So your options are a 7 or a 2. What damage types are those? I don't think it matters, but
It is cold.
$11 cold damage. That has certainly messed up the larger bat, but not enough to take it down. In fact, I would say with the let's say the roaring winds of the Chaos Bolts and its cold damage, that also has set forth another little thing flying out from behind this crumbled pillar here. It's a small little head with a bunch of eye stalks on it.
And do I roll for wild magic?
You can if you like.
Okay, what do I roll for wild magic?
It is a D100. Actually, I forgot to ask everybody about this. Everybody else in the party, would you like to just let him roll wild magic, or do you want him to roll the D20 first to confirm it?
I have
I'm
no
okay with wild magic. I'm just fine with it.
Okay. Do a D100 then.
dun 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 dun.
31 was a you're transported to the astral plane until the end of your next turn.
Help, I can't get out.
I would say for you, the world all around you just turns. I think it's like a dim black and white color in the astral plane or something like that.
I
Monochrome.
believe black and white is the shadow plane.
Where am I?
Astral
I'm
realm
lost.
would be like
It's
ghosts
cold
or
and dark.
something. Then. Either way, it's basically the same place, but with the initiative did go away. I don't know why. It's the same place, but nobody is there, and you're all alone.
You're basically just
scared.
floating. The way you move through the astral plane is by thinking the direction you want to go.
It's
I
back
think I want to go
Yolfir.
back to the party.
Or at least that's the way it was in old D&D. I don't know if it's still that way.
I'll say that's what it is.
Yelfir, even though he came over here to kind of just pay his respects to the dead, he's actually gonna charge over the corpse towards the giant bat and try and strike at it. How far is it off the ground?
I'd say it's hovering. It's got to be low enough to attack you guys, so. As you walk away, the other bat tries to attack you as you're going away and utterly misses. It kind of just brushes your hair with its wings.
Yeah. As you can see by the avatar, he's got long, flowing, awesome dark hair, so. Okay, still getting used to navigating this Roll20 sheet.
Nice a crit. Roll that damage. That is some nice overkill. How do you want to kill it?
He just kind of like does a jump up and just kind of buries the blade into its head and brings it down all the way to the chest.
I'd imagine with a bat's brittle bones, it easily cleaves in half.
Yeah.
They've got a nice little filleted bat for dinner later. And up to Shrin.
Shrin is going to swing at the bat next to him.
Easily hits and easily kills. How would you like to kill it?
I just catch it from the front with the claws.
I'd imagine you don't even have to try. You just kind of sweep through the air and it just cleaves in half again, falling to the ground. Fun fact, you did 5 times its health.
And then I'm going to actually move there.
And off from the corner here, this
Here, so I give him advantage.
this angry little floating head over here is going to fire. Let's see. I think it's random. Okay, let's say Yulfir, give me a strength save. It fires one of these beams at you, and when you feel the impact touch your body, you kind of just force your way through it and stay on the ground. Otherwise, Shrin, give me a dex save. Okay, that one, it fires a different one of its eye beams towards you, and you try to dodge out of the way, but the beam ends up hitting your, let's say, left leg, and it freezes, and you take 5 cold damage as the freezing ray hits you. And we go back to Loken.
So Lokun peeks back out, sees that the big bat is dead, but also Vorgere is missing, assumes that the bat has eaten Vorgere, panics, and sees that the gazer in the distance and assumes that's the current priority.
You try to hit it with your best shot.
Yep,
Come on, baby, hit him with your best shot.
fire away.
Do you have to meet? If you meet armor class, do you hit? I forget.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Your arrow sails past both your teammates and ends up going, I'd say, into its right cheek. And it is still floating there, but it is very pissed off.
And he'll move back up and shout, "I'll avenge you, Vorgere!"
Okay, this little bat is gonna flutter down here and try to hit Yolfir. And again, it just tries to bite, and its fangs do absolutely nothing to your armor. And then the other one goes for Shrin. It also kind of just flutters about and nicks your armor with its fangs, so it does nothing. And I believe that said it was the end of your next turn on the astral plane. Yes. You can move, but since there's nothing in this plane, it's not really much else you could do.
Vorgere thinks he is dead. This is the afterlife.
You planning on doing anything else other than existential dread?
Cry.
Well, I thought that was part of existential dread.
Sometimes. Yes, this is it. Magic really is dangerous. May as well go to Yolfir in the meantime.
Since he doesn't feel like jumping off a 40-foot ledge to try and take a passing swing on a gazer on the way down, he tries to attack, I guess, this bat. The bat that's right behind him.
Go for it. That absolutely hits. I don't think you have to roll damage, but just do it for the lulz. Okay. It's easily dead. Again, super overkill, so I guess you can describe it if you want.
He just basically mindlessly swings his sword and just says, "Fuck off!" And pretty much yelling it.
And then the bat indeed does a fuck off. Straight to the astral plane, apparently. I don't know if bats have souls. Don't tell anyone else that. We're back to Shren.
The gazer's eye beams automatically hit, right?
They're save based.
They're auto hit, and you have to make the save.
It's not hit and save. It's just make save. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's just a save.
3 damage javelin to the gazer.
Once again, I will say the bat is so inconsequential that it doesn't even give disadvantage, but you can throw your javelin, and it does indeed sail by and hit the gazer, but it is still up. And now it has, I'm gonna say it has its mouth open, and you threw the javelin, and it's now stabbed through the back of the mouth, but it's still floating there. And then on the gazer's turn, from all this ruckus that is happening, the entire ground that you guys are on starts shaking, and you hear a surfacing on the water as a bunch of water starts to splash up onto the platform you're on. And out of the water, jumping up into the air, you can see, let me just do it this way, an enormous creature jumping through the air, up into the air, snatching the gazer out of the air and falling back down into the water with a large splash before disappearing underneath and taking the gazer with it.
Yelfir is so fucking happy he didn't jump in the water.
Shrin's like, fuck, my javelin.
Oh yeah, Vorzier did come out of the astral plane at the end of his turn. So he would actually see this gargantuan creature jump out of the water. Loken, however, you kind of just feel the entire place shake and then water splash back outside there with you.
Yeah, I am imagining like at SeaWorld when like the whales jump out of the water and it's just kersplash all over the audience.
Yeah, basically.
Vorgier is just sitting on the floor with tears streaming down his face, wondering what the hell just happened. And oh, I'm alive.
Random question. Is the rubble there because it is floating, or is the rubble there because it is shallow?
It is there because it was previously a walkway that would have led further in, but it has since collapsed, so it's just a straight drop 40 feet down.
And in water.
Yeah.
No rubble.
Well, the rubble is still there, but it's kind of... It's like the ocean in rocky areas where it has rocks sticking up out of it.
The reason why I ask is I'm curious as to where the bridge led. And if there's like more stuff over there.
You guys can finish off the singular bat, and then I'll get to that.
I believe that's you, Lucas. Oh, Lucan. Oh.
Hobby Gobby. Is Cash still here?
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what happens when he comes out and, oh, he didn't get eaten. What? But at the very least, he'd pull out and try to shoot the bat and figure this all out once nothing's trying to eat them anymore.
easy hit, easy, massively over damage. So how would you like to kill it?
He just Bon Jovi plays in the background as he shoots it right in the center of the chest, and it just sails off into the distance.
Another one. And with that, I can do this again. There we go. I will be right back. I will still be able to hear you. I guess you guys can discuss the astral plane.
Logan will just like go right up to Roger and be like, "What happened? How'd you get out? Why aren't you wet?"
What do you mean out? I thought I was dead. What's going on?
Weren't you eaten by that large bat?
No. I cast a spell, then I thought I was dead.
And he'll look to the other two for like some kind of what the fuck is going on.
And you just kind of see Yelfir, and he's stunned, and I just kind of linked in West Marches his reaction to seeing that giant thing.
Roger is just sitting on the ground, tears running down his cheek as he spent the entire time in the astral plane crying and regretting his life choices.
And Lacoon definitely didn't see the big fucker.
Shren just kind of shrugs.
What was that? That thing? That huge thing?
What huge
I
thing?
think it was a fish.
Yelfir, soaking wet and probably holding a now doused torch, goes, "Big fucking fish ate the floating head."
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, is that all? Lovely.
And splashed
Whale was
everyone.
a very apt description, by the way.
And Roger just scrambles a little further away from a little closer to the door.
I would say now that you're not being attacked, by the way, this collapsed part of this area. So you have a torch, so you can only see so far. However, off into the distance, you'd say about, I don't know, 4 football fields away, minimum, you can see another opening with sunlight coming through it. And then all throughout, even further back than that, you can see even more areas with sunlight coming down through it. And it's just an extremely large area with broken down pillars everywhere and water as far as the eye can see.
Is the roof collapsed in any places?
Only the areas where there's sunlight coming through.
Okay.
Is this entire fucking island hollow?
Yelfir's kind of thinking right now, where's the city in compared to this particular opening? Or the town that we were in?
It would be north, which would be to the left of this map.
Okay,
So
so
this
not
is further
towards
off
the
into
open
the-
water.
This is further off into the wilderness, basically.
Okay, because he just had this like split second of terror that, is this what the city is on top of? Is this where they've been getting their water?
Oh no. So how about
Giant
that tip you were
fish
looking
water.
for, huh?
Do I have to roll on relighting a wet torch?
Probably not. I'd just say it would take longer to light than normal. Now that you have more time to search through this tent. I won't even have you roll on it. First of all, that I think it's you do this and then Shift Z. Does that show that to you guys?
Yes, it does.
There you go.
Yes.
That would be your heavy spear that was sitting next to the corpse, except the wood handle is no longer there. It's just metal. And then on the inside of the tent, there is a chest. The outside is starting to rot a little bit from the moisture. However, there's no lock on it, and you open it up, and on the inside, there is an odd crossbow that has a box attached to it that is made of all metal. The all metal does not work in this picture, but there you go. There is another box full of 20 bolts alongside it. There's two, in fact, there are 4 potions on the inside, and if you shake them, they still glow red. So there's some still good healing potions. There's a thing of medical supplies, but some of them seem a little bit rotten. So it's basically a healing kit with half its uses gone. Otherwise, there is 2 sticks of chalk, 2 bundles of charcoal, and a set of 2 weirdly bent sticks. Let me get this all up in the loot for you.
By the way, Vorgier comes up, still shaking and clings to Yolfir to keep his balance.
Yolfir absolutely lets him lean on him.
Okay, I did not catch most of that after the red potions because I started sneezing.
Yeah, that's why I'm copying it over on the loot with stats thing, so you can more easily see it.
What a strange crossbow.
Yolfir looks at the corpse and goes, "Did you come here to kill that thing?"
Perhaps he was hungry for fish.
That thing could feed the island for a year.
Maybe more.
We could feed the fish for a day.
Yolfir has a little bit of an idea here.
There you go. The list
He's
is now
gonna,
updated.
he'll tell the other guys, tell me if you think this is a stupid idea, but just to see how far those go and get a better look where it looks like it has collapsed, how about we have someone here throw a torch or some sort of light spell to see how far it can go and get a better look of how big this room is, and then promptly leave, because that would probably give that thing more attention up on this area, and don't want to be here if it does.
I've got no idea. At this point, I'm still reeling from the bats. But I'm not against it, I suppose.
I pick up the light repeating crossbow. And almost drop it because I'm still shaking.
But careful with that.
Well, you tried thinking that you were almost dead, but actually weren't dead. You'd be shaking too.
There's no business not to be careful, though.
Oh, so the bent piece of wood was a boomerang?
Yep.
Yeah, Yelfir has absolutely no idea what to do with that.
Oh, see, I've been looking at the loot with stats, and apparently just you have to close it and open it back again for it to refresh.
Yeah, probably because I was editing it. So you're going to try chucking something? Or casting a spell?
Yeah, casting. Either way, casting a light source along where the paths have crumbled, just to see if there's any more doors along the walls.
But how careful do you need to be looking? What if you cast what if we set an arrow on fire and shot it? Would that be too fast?
Can you make something glow?
I can't. I don't know nothing about magic.
I can cast Mage Hands.
I don't think that glows.
I can cast Dancing Lights.
Oh, that would work on it. At least I think. How far away can that go?
How far is 120 feet?
Sufficient, perhaps.
Probably farther than I can throw.
And I rather shakily come to the edge and cast Dancing Lights by waving my staff mysteriously.
Lacoon's gonna subtly grab the back of his robes just in case he leans forward too far.
You get multiple
Wow,
lights. with this.
mysterious.
Yeah. I would say with multiple lights, you could just see the rest of this.
Nice.
And it continues off the map.
Oh, not nice.
It's like an ocean, a lake.
All right, we have seen that there is no other way to get to this place. We should very likely leave, and in case the
So,
cave whale is still hungry and
where
has no-
exactly did you cast the lights? Would you say they're floating or like on the surface of the water?
Kind of floating above the water. Kind of dancing, really.
I would say wherever you casted the lights, you could see penetrating a couple of feet down.
Did I see anything in the water?
About 10 feet down into the water. Sorry, somebody came in the room. You could see, let me just throw this up for a reminder for you. Two of these poking their horned heads up again, looking towards the light, but then kind of snaking back down into the water. And then even more than that, you see a serpentine body breach the surface for a second and continue moving through the water for several seconds before the tip of the tail flicks up on the surface and it goes back under again. So it's
Vorjer is
even
traumatized and shaking, and his eyes are wide, and he scrambles back on all fours.
even larger than the other large thing. In fact, I did the math for it. It is 30 feet across and roughly 20 of these pillars apart over here. So from here to here. So it is roughly 600 feet long and 30 feet wide.
That is an absolutely living embodiment of nope.
Vorjer is mildly traumatized.
Here there be monsters.
And Lacoon is perhaps stay away from deeper waters for the moment. Might be best for all of us.
Well,
Hey,
And I
this
fully
is an
agree.
island of exiles. It wouldn't be very much of an exile if you could return.
It's curious why they don't attack the boats.
even all of us
How do you
together
know
would
you-
not feed them for a day.
How do you know they don't?
That's a good question. Well, I just went to reveal things and then fucking had the darken button selected instead.
And Vorjer clings to Yulfir, even more terrified.
There you go. You do notice, it's not on the map here, but on this far side in the darkness over here, there is a eerie green light from a single doorway on the opposite side. And if you're all moving into this this area, it is a raised platform. This is not actually fencing. That's just the only thing I could come up with on this mapping. It's a raised platform that has water that goes up to your boots, but it is water flowing down the pillars onto here and pooling, and then running down again into this area with all the fish in it. And then it has the well in the center. And then now that you're all up here, why don't you give me everyone perception checks?
But I'm bad at that. And Lacoon's more focused on trying to see if there's looking up and around to see if there's any more bats or things like that.
Or fishies in the water.
I
Or
would say everyone but Loken can notice there's the sounds of something moving around in the water. However, you don't see anything. Like a constant little splash, 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 splash. In fact, sometimes it sounds like it's coming close to you and then going away, but there's no disturbed water whatsoever.
So, like is it a splashing sound or a swishing sound?
It's a splashing sound, as if
So-
somebody is running on water.
So is it similar to the sound we're making walking through it?
Yes, but quicker.
Yofir would call out, is someone there?
You hear nothing in return.
We are here to fix a plumbing problem. Don't mean to harm anyone. Unless you try and harm us first.
You hear some slightly slower splashing noises. Shrin, it's directly to your right, so I would assume above you here. And you feel like somebody is walking over or looking over your shoulder, but then as you turn over, there's nothing there, and the feeling is gone, along with some more splashing away from you.
Vorgir is terrified and clings harder to Yolfir. Like the cat is ready to bolt.
I would have expected as soon as we started waiting, the cat would have been ready to bolt.
Well, since he has a crossbow now, he can literally bolt.
I already had a crossbow.
I'm going to try and slip forward.
To where exactly?
There. Oh. And before I forget, I do the same thing with the bats that I did with the rats.
Grab him up.
Drain their blood into the...
I'm pretty sure you're significantly over what one water skin is capable of.
I'd say the one giant bat was probably enough. Bat, not rat.
Well, I had two, and
Okay.
generally they don't have a lot of blood.
I mean,
Yeah,
when
but
they're
it was giant.
dog-sized, that thing only holds like 2 liters.
We could always use our water
much blood,
skins.
how much blood do you think is in a human body?
8?
And I believe that the water skins hold a lot more than a liter.
I mean, I could definitely... Well, I said 2 liters, but...
4 pints.
So 1 gallon, so that's a little over 3 liters. Wait, 4 pints, that's a half gallon.
I'd say you definitely have enough by now to fill up both. Between rat
Okay.
and bat.
It's
Alright.
just overflowing.
Watch me get back and then be like, we need human blood.
Check something real quick. Okay, Yolfir specifically. As you see Shrin creep ahead, you do notice off to, I guess it would be the north at this point, behind this pillar up here to the right. For a split second, you think you notice a person, a human, peeking out from the side. And then you definitely hear the splashing coming from behind it, further along towards the well again.
As soon as I notice it, I chuck my torch at it.
Oh.
You chuck the torch in the general direction of the pillar, basically, or where it was headed?
Where I think it was headed, just maybe about here.
Like leading the target?
Yeah, trying to lead the target just a little.
Do an attack with just one of your weapons, just using your strength plus proficiency, basically.
Okay.
I will say you throw it, and even though it goes way off to the side, it stops in midair and then falls on the ground and then snuffs out. Roughly around here.
I use a sleep spell right there.
Cast it up. So 5d8. That is enough. I'm going to say you cast it, and fuck, how do you do this again? Right click on it. There we go. You
Where did you
hear
cast it?
some splashing. I don't think it matters because it's a huge radius. So like from here to here, it would be here. So it wouldn't hit you. You hear the splash of like a running splash, and then a collapse onto the ground, and then here we go, kaboosh. There you go. Kind of was running this way and slides, and then falls face first into the water. You can see this now, right?
Yes. So I assume that's what you're.
It has the appearance of a man, but there's no colors to it. It is just the shape of a man with some highlights on it. And then their arms at the end have a hand with massive vorpal claws on the end.
Yelfir gives Vajira a little bit of a pat and charges over to just see what the hell is going on. What the hell is this thing? He's going to do the ancient art of poke it with a stick.
I will stop you from poking it with a stick.
Okay.
Do
And
not
say
do
you
that.
don't want to wake it up.
Anyone have rope?
I've got 50 foot.
I don't think rope is going to hold it. I mean, it's partly see-through.
I
Well-
would like to point out at this point now, while the person themselves, where you would assume they are, is transparent, in the water you can actually see a reflection of them that is like a full color person with the huge claws and whatnot. So if you look into the water and not at the thing, you can definitely see what it is. In fact, why don't you guys give me a nature, survival, arcana, whatever you can justify it as to see what it is.
Also, when I rolled wild magic, I got all my spell slots back.
Wait, what?
Nice.
Yeah, after casting sleep.
No, you
Wild
get
magic
sorcery
surge.
points back, which you do not have sorcery points yet. You get that at level 2.
Not perception, I meant nature.
With the nature and the survival, well, so with the survival, I would say that you've heard stories of some type of invisible creatures. Some people call them boogeymen. Some people call them a thin man, tall man, other things like that.
Slender
But-
individuals, perhaps.
A slender man, yes. And with the nature, I will say, it is a skulk, which is a very powerful creature that has a limited form of invisibility. And the legends say that you can only see it with a small child can see them, age 10 and under. You can see them in a mirror, which explains why you can see them on the surface of the water. And you can see them if you have a candle made of fat rendered from a corpse whose identity is unknown. Ooh.
Or apparently, if they're unconscious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lapu's absolutely leveling his crossbow at this thing.
I am taking my claws, and I am going to basically put them right next to the neck and slash across the neck.
I am pointing the repeating crossbow at it.
I know somebody recently talked about this in one of the other chats, but what was the coup de grace rules in 5th edition? It's a guaranteed crit, right?
Technically, there are no coup de grace rules. If you're unconscious, you can get a guaranteed crit if you're within 5 foot.
Okay, then roll the, I guess, just the damage twice.
That was when I wish we had crit tables.
I see those go poorly just as often as they go right.
Actually, can I pull out my second pair of claws and try and cut with both of them at the same time?
Yeah, it would just take your bonus action to do the other attack. So roll that again for the crit. One more. There you go. 5, 9, 13, 16.
Yep.
Somehow, even though you go after its neck, it is not beheaded, and you still think it is somehow alive.
Firing.
Fire!
I guess I should step up to get that auto crit.
Yeah.
So that's a
Totally do this.
5 and. Oh, it doesn't matter even with the.
Yeah. You can do it again just for the lulz.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you don't have any strength mods to the. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It is absolutely dead.
I will also use my claws on it.
Just for them overkill. Everybody just pile up and kick him while he's down.
Yelfir steps up and just pokes it with the tip of his sword. Just, me too. In for a copper, in for a platinum.
It's a good thing you guys actually managed to kill that, because I mean, I gave you the reflection of it on the water just in case, but skulk's not something you want to get hit by.
Good thing I had sleep.
Here at the well, you can notice this little thing on the ground here. It's actually an upturned bucket, probably from where Antonio had came here and tried to draw water and then got spooked and ran away. Also, here's your fight music that didn't even happen because you just stomped it while it's down.
You get just play the first 3 notes and then pause because that's effectively what combat became.
Yeah. If you head forward from here, though, you still see the greenish light coming off from this side. And there's a nice little archway that goes over with the top of the arch pointed in like a triangle. So the water going down the walls goes off to the side so you can actually go under the door without getting wet.
Before we go in there, I'm going to actually...
Did internet drop for anyone, or is it just me?
Internet's fine for me.
Still hear you talking. So.
I hear you.
Okay, it was just like suddenly the voice is cut out, and I'm like, uh-oh.
I'm going to ask our blind person who cannot see in the dark to hold his torch over the well just to see if there is something in the well that is tainting the water.
Yelfir pulls out a fresh torch and goes to take a look.
You can certainly see a lot of coins in the bottom. They're all like coppers, though, because everyone around here is cheap.
Can I gather them up?
Yeah, I would say there's about 30 copper in the bottom. You could get the bucket and the rope and like scoop them out of the bottom.
Well, what you see is like Vershir trying to lay down and almost fall in.
Yelfir comes over and grabs him by hopefully a belt. Because I think a tail would hurt pretty bad.
He is wearing a cloak.
Okay, grab that then.
Perhaps I will try the bucket, or, well, if you hold me by my ankles, I can get the money out.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Skulk's body with us.
They're pretty thin for a humanoid, so I would say you could...
Stuff it in a sack?
I'd say like 60 pounds. It is like a normal-sized 5-6 foot person, so 60 pounds is pretty generous, I'd say.
Sounds
What
about
was it? What was it? 30 copper?
Yeah, it's 3 silver, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I gather it all up and split it with Yulfir for helping me and saving me from falling in.
1 silver, 5 copper.
All right.
Look, we're rich.
Yelfir has just this really big smile on his face. So do we want to like drag the skulk out of the water and like place the bucket on it so we know where it is, or are we going to come back for it or take it with us?
I thought we said it was visible when it was unconscious.
In the water. Its body itself is still invisible, but you can see it clearly in the reflection.
Tie it up with a
Okay.
rope.
Well, yeah, I would basically wrap it in rope and then toss it over my shoulder, carry it.
All right.
Like a shoulder carry.
Yeah, like military shoulder carry. Actually, just in case there is something in that last room, I think I'll put it, like, basically tie it up and put it there.
I'd say at this point, all the way from the opposite side down here, you can hear Antonio and Luigi, like, complaining to each other. The one going, "I knew there was a something there." The other one just berating him for being stupid.
I don't
I'm
see
back.
nothing. You're confused.
Yelfir, for some reason unknown to even him, picks up the bucket and puts it on the head of the skulker.
So it can't see in the afterlife?
Yeah.
So now it's invisible and blind. Pitiable existence. Other than that, I would just say there's still the green light from up ahead over here in the archway. Keep the marching order from the first time you got down here.
Yeah.
That was only me moving, not the players. There we go. There we go. And then you guys are over here. I would say immediately upon coming in here and seeing these smashed pillars, again, like intuition, flat int, investigate, history, whatever you can justify for observing pillars.
Or should I do a insight?
That would also
Perception?
work. I think I said intuition, didn't I? That would be insight.
All right, I will re-roll that. Yes, I'm happy I re-rolled that.
Okay, so Shrin. There we go.
I'm looking for, like, I find nothing, but I was looking for what I thought might have damaged the pillars.
I'd say with everything, with the investigation rolls, since you're specifically using your logic, I would say you're like, this isn't natural decay. Natural decay would look different on these pillars. And then for the insight roll specifically, it would be, oh, I remember when I used to do this whenever I was a kid, and I would just smash things when I'm angry.
So
Or
these
maybe a
look like
friend
they
you
were-
had if you're not violent.
Or since he has a soldier background, would he know what smashed rock looks like?
Oh, yeah.
Was this caused by very angry fish?
The water in here is the same from the entrance, where it's about, if you were to go down into it, it'd go up to about your waist.
Vogel looks down and says, "Very small angry fish."
There are a lot of little fishies still swimming through here. And you probably noticed in the top left there that there's the green light seeping out from that room up ahead, and a pathway leading from it to over here.
Keep a good eye on the water. If there's little fish, that means that there aren't any predators. If there aren't any little fish, then we need to be careful.
Good idea.
Because little fish always leave before the predator shows up, because they never get eaten, right?
Of course not. Never.
Only the slow ones.
I would say even though like your light only goes down to here, you could probably see that there is another walkway in the darkness down here, and other walkways just going off to nowhere with no beginning to go to them, because in the main room you seen that there was no way to get to where this would be connecting. So it's just kind of a series of more random spots of sunlight throughout, leading to paths that go nowhere. Let me get that
This reminds
reveal
me
up
of-
again.
Games with flares where I just use them to light up rooms. Anyone got a healing
Go.
potion for Shren?
Everyone got a healing potion to begin
Yeah.
with.
Everyone has one.
I think technically now we all have 2.
If you split them all up evenly, yeah.
I guess I should probably use that, shouldn't I? There's not a macro set up for that, though.
2d4 plus 4, I think.
4.
2d4 plus 2.
I thought it was +2. Let's check the compendium.
Yep, 2d4 plus 2. There you go. Topped off.
Unless you're using the advanced crafting rules, which then is 2d4 plus the person's crafting check
Nope.
modifier.
And even if I was, it would probably be higher in this case. Is aged healing potions. Up ahead, I would say you do notice these fishmen, but they are crouched over a recently killed giant rat and are eating at it. So maybe you can get the jump on them? Question mark.
I whisper to the people in front and say, "Do you think they will give us trouble?"
Shren just kind of looks back at you and puts a finger over her lips. Or his lips. His.
They are like ripping the limbs off the rat with their bare hands and then like chewing on the bones and everything. So
Gonna move up and hope they didn't hear me.
they have not.
Gonna take aim. Taking aim.
In fact, they didn't. They definitely didn't hear Vorgere if they didn't hear you. But I would say even with the 4 or the 6, since they're both low, they would only just notice after the other 2 have crept in. So you can get your attacks on them.
Yeah, Yofir's knee popped. Just had this
I'm going to try to shoot the one on the right.
And that's on this one.
Still have both your claws on to make a bonus, or just the one?
No, just the one. And I'm holding my shield in the other hand.
And you shot the one on the left, or on the right, correct? Both attacks on the left?
I only have one attack. I don't know about...
Well, the crossbow.
Oh. I don't know about everybody else's attack.
Did Loken shoot the left or the right?
I shot the one on the right.
Okay. And does Vougere want to do anything?
Yes. My initiative is being weird.
Did you not click yourself again before you did it? Otherwise, I can do this. And your first roll was a 10.
Yes.
There you go.
And I will use that repeating crossbow.
Unfortunately, it misses. The repeating quality, by the way, basically is just ignoring the loading property for 6 shots, I think. So if you had
So all
multiple
6
attacks,
miss?
you could use it with multiple attack.
Okay.
Otherwise, I guess somewhere between getting shot at and getting cut with some claws and hearing Yolfir clanking behind them, they're going to turn around and like throw the meat they had in their hands off into the water. And then firstly, the one on the left is going to try to attack.
Wouldn't they get... wouldn't we have a surprise round?
All right. So you would skip them, and then it would do this. Yeah. Still not sure how the
Attempt
surprise
to hit him with a
things
claw
work.
gun.
Nice, a crit.
Same guy as before. I'm hitting that guy.
He reels back as you hit him, probably clawing his entire chest open, and then just roars at you. You think it's a feint, though, and he's particularly messed up and just trying to hide it. And then I'll just have it the order that it is right now. I won't worry about tiebreakers. Yolfir?
Yolfir would charge that one, hopefully not falling in.
It's big enough to where you can all fit on it.
And since he has his torch in one hand, I'm still going to use just one-handed longsword here.
Easily hits. And with that, after it does its particularly unconvincing roar, you just charge up to it and slash it straight across the head and just cut it open, and it slumps to the ground. Then we can have Logan way in the back again.
Well, there's only one other one to shoot. Just gonna move forward and take another shot. Ooh.
I don't know, maybe that unconvincing roar happened to convince you even though you were in the other room and you got spooked and tried to shoot it and it just ended up flying right past it and hitting the pillar off to the side here.
Okay, I have to ask a weird but definitely specific question.
Yes.
Would a 10 hit? No, it doesn't matter. A 1 always misses.
It wouldn't hit either way.
Okay. Damn, I thought I was going to go this entire game without missing a single shot.
Vorgère?
So Vorgère looks at his bow and says, well, I give up on this, so... And he digs into his fur and he pulls out a little flea. Say hello to my little friends. Same time, he uses his little staff and he waves it. He flicks the flea and he casts Infestation on the remaining one.
DC 12. Ooh. Roll a d8 on that one as well. Or no, it's a d4, isn't it? To determine what direction they go. As you cast the spell, it starts jumping around. Like it's almost like it's got hot feet or something. And which direction was that again, by the way? It was east? Which direction does that move him in on a 3?
I'm looking it up.
Starts jumping around as if he has hot feet and patting his body as if he's on fire, even though he's not. As a swarm of
Yes, it is east.
A bunch of fleas starts jumping on him, and then walks off in this direction. However, this does not provoke AOO because it's a spell effect. And then, I guess on his turn, let's do this. Upon hearing the commotion, we have another big boy is going to jump out of the water here and onto the land. This one looks particularly nasty and has a spear, whereas the other ones were just using their claws.
Which one? There was no indication.
This one.
Gotcha.
Manually move them up in the order. There we go. And then this one is going to, I guess, have flicked the fleas off of it and walked back up and tries to go for Shrin. First with a bite. It tries to bite and you definitely move out of the way before it even gets close. And then with a claw. And the claw also is knocked away in the dodge to where it doesn't even hit you at all. And now it's time for redemption. Or retribution, rather.
Who did we lose?
Yeah, sorry, clicked the wrong button.
It's fine. It happens.
It is Shrin's turn.
I'm trying to decide what to do. Shrin is going to... I'm just going to swing at him.
$18 hits. 3 is rather unfortunate, though.
I keep on rolling minimum for my damage.
I guess after the dodge, you go in to swing at it and having seen its attack missed, it also kind of jumps backwards. Perhaps actually being spooked by its own incompetence, but it worked out for it, didn't it? And then this one is going to... I'll count that as, like, harsh terrain, so it can't go as far. Also going to go after Shrin. This time with a spear. That one does hit, actually, for...
It hits AC 17?
Yep.
Okay.
9 damage. And then afterwards, it's going to go in for a bite. Ouch. Another 3. So 12 total. At least the big boy is living up to his size. Yulfir, your friend, is looking pretty bad.
I believe I have Sentinel, don't I?
Yes, you are not within 5 feet of the enemy.
There. I'm going to move up to the one... so are they both attacking Shrin?
Yep. They both have attacked Shrin.
Alright, I'm gonna move next to the big guy, and so that way with... Do I attack and then use Sentinel, or just use Sentinel?
I think it's you hit them and then it applies, right?
Alright,
Yeah, whenever you hit them, their speed is reduced. Otherwise, if you're thinking of protection,
yeah, I mean that... I'm trying to do something to protect Shrin right now.
I will say retroactively, because I read that wrong. I thought you had to be within 5 feet of the enemy, but it's just you have to be within 5 feet of the person being attacked. I will retroactively re-roll. You only get it once.
Alright.
It's your reaction, so I guess you would probably want to try to re-roll the spear that did 9 damage as opposed to the bite.
Yes, I would like to
Well, even with disadvantage, it was a 17, which meeting does hit, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so the damage would have happened anyways. Otherwise, you still have your attacks.
And the Yulfir goes for the big guy with the spear.
It's easily a hit. It's nice, big, chunky damage there.
And he also yells at Shrin to get behind him.
The big one, upon being, I'll say, stabbed in the chest, kind of just uses its spear to push you back again, so you can't follow up, even though you can't do that anyways, you know. It is definitely hurt, but it doesn't show it at all. And then it's Loken again.
Which of these two look like they're in worse shape?
The north one.
I'm gonna shoot the north one.
I say you send an arrow that goes, or a bolt rather, that goes directly into its skull. However, it reels back for a second and then roars back at you, even though it has a bolt shoved in its skull. However, you don't think it's going to last much longer. It's on to Volger again.
I panic and pull out the light crossbow, the repeating crossbow, and I aim it at the big guy. Trying to put it down with one bolt, but
Oh no.
oh,
In your panic, you kind of just look away as you shoot and end up hitting the floor, and the bolt clatters around. It's this one's turn again. Seeing its leader get smacked real good, it's gonna move down here and try to hit Yolfir. Bite and claw. Well, it does the claw, and even though it scratches you, let's see. It's not posting, okay. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't posting before. It goes in for the claw, and it does hit, but it only scratches you on the side of the cheek for 1 damage. And then I'd say reeling back from the scratch on your face, the bite absolutely misses. It doesn't even get close. It gets closer to biting its fellow Sahuagin than you. Oh, and I forgot to leave the music again. There you go.
What is your
Ooh, I
rules
like
for
that.
using?
Good choice.
For
What are
using
your
potions?
rules for using a healing potion?
I would say it's free action. Otherwise, no one would ever use them ever, so...
This is true, but just because
I think
that's
it's
rules as
more of
written doesn't mean that's how you play it. I can find help back. And I'm gonna try and claw the big guy. Something tells me 12 doesn't kill him.
That does hit.
12 hits?
Yes.
Oh, their AC sucks. 6 more points of damage to the big guy.
You claw it directly across its face and mess up its little cheek frill there, but it just roars at you and still is not showing any signs that it's hurting at all.
So as an off action, can I punch him with my light shield?
I would say you could do so as an improvised weapon, so it would be just your strength, and I think it's a D4. Basically, you don't get your proficiency added to it.
Which is one of the reasons why I like to take for my first level when I'm a barbarian brawler, because you get proficiency with improvised weapons and unarmed. Oh, right, I popped it out.
Eight
Someone
does
tells
not
me
hit.
yeah,
It's not that bad.
they're bad, but not that bad.
Big Spear Boy is going to take a stab at Shrin again for clawing him in the face. And this time, you can give it disadvantage if you want, Yulfir.
Okay.
He goes to poke him with the spear, and you kind of just take your shield and slap it away. And he glares at you for a second before trying to bite. And the bite is whiffed completely. Again.
I'm just picturing him trying to do both at the same time and then sinking his teeth into the shield.
Yeah, we could go with that too.
And I'm, again, big guy with a spear.
The hits. Ooh, just enough. After slapping his attacks out of the way and him biting your shield, you just bring your sword over the top of the shield, straight down into his forehead, and sinks into it, and he just slumps. I'll say even back down into the water over here. And then Loken, you got one man standing. Will he make the shot? He will.
Oh, thank God.
I'll say he's preoccupied with these two up here, and then he just gets the other bolt right next to the other one, so he's like a weird duo unicorn. And he just goes
bicorn?
down. Yes, a bicorn.
Dead.
It was the first one I was going to ask if he could hit the second bolt, and it pushes that bolt in.
That was also my thought, but I'm like, okay, that's too anime.
But it's a crit. You can get Rule of Cool on crits.
Oh, absolutely.
This room that you're in, by the way. You pull up the thing again. The four pillars in this room are different from the rest. You would probably notice now. Here you go.
Oh.
They have heads on them, and they are placed in directions other than up. The heads are never facing up. And if you give me, again, like, investigate history, arcana, anything you can use to justify it. Specifically looking at the heads.
Can I intimidate the heads to straightening themselves out?
Maybe if they were living creatures.
Hey, people would say that I would try the patience of a stone. Investigation.
I will say the investigation says that, and the arcana at that, they're definitely Gorgon heads. You can see the snake hair on it, and you know Gorgons, the things that turn people to stone. And then the arcana check is the one that says, you've heard some stories about some superstition to where if you ever make a statue of a Gorgon, you want to put it in a direction that is not up to make it to where you can avert the gaze easier in case, it just so happens to have the same power as a Gorgon.
Vorgier is still shaking, when he realizes what exactly the heads are all about.
It was 1 block away from lighting up the whole room. There we go. From here, by the way, I would say that you can see the green. Fuck. Here we go. The green light flowing in from this side now. I moved them off the map, but would you like to collect Sahuagin blood too?
Yeah, I think I'll actually empty my own water flask and fill it with the Sahuagin's blood. I just had a horrible idea. If those were Kuatoa, and they worshipped the stones, the pillars.
That would have been bad, but I believe Kuatoa are a higher challenge rating than you would want to fight.
I think they start at challenge rating like 1/2 and go up.
Oh well.
Doing a nice little marching order again.
Unless they have their deities nearby, then they're like whatever the avatar's difficulty is.
Yeah, I think this is the correct marching order.
Before we start moving on, I will ask one of the people who has been in the back the entire time if I can possibly get a healing potion from them, lest we get into serious trouble and I need it.
Lacoon will toss you one. Like, without question.
Especially
Ylfir
since you've
says
got
they seem to
extras.
think you're cute and gives you one of his as well.
Very unsettled. Okay, thanks.
Or maybe something along the lines of they seem to like you more than me.
Let me measure this for a second.
Probably
Mhm.
because you taste of an extra cartwheel around the middle, and I don't.
From this angle, you can see there is. There's another image for you. It's a pillar with a sickly glowing green light coming off of it. What looks to be a bunch of eyes on it. And then right here in the front, you can see what looks like an extremely large-mouthed, some abomination of some kind, if someone would want to do an Arcana for this one specifically again. It's got a large fin on it, like you would imagine just a shark if it were just a head would have, and then like a head and feet.
I can't believe I did that badly on Arcana.
I'll say that everybody knows this is an abyssal chicken. You can hear it kind of a really deep, disturbing cluck going on as it moves around, but it doesn't see you or anything. It just kind of wanders around in circles. You hear more of them clucking from inside.
Oh no, what terrible foul these are.
Was that a sodding pun?
Wait, is it any good?
The good ones are the worst.
Absolutely not.
Smiling Ylfir says the good ones are the worst.
It is a demon. You would all know it's a demon.
You're fired from thinking about puns.
very sad now.
Not you, the one that thinks the worst ones are better.
Very sad for him now.
Let's say you wouldn't notice much else besides the green light coming from the pillar. Looking at it, it's not as though the pillar itself is. You don't
Where's
think the
the
pillar
pillar?
itself is evil. It just is engulfed in a green glow around it.
Where's the pillar?
It's this big thing in the middle here.
Oh. Well, I thought that was water.
Oh no.
Don't ask me why. I just did.
All this and this on the ground here would be the water.
So, Lokun's gonna like level his crossbow at the chicken and just be like, "So, are we shooting it or?"
Can we cook it?
I'm going to try and sneak up again.
You sure can try. Let's see here.
I'm rolling stellar on the stealth.
It does happen to turn around and shriek as you get up close to it. And at that point, you guys can kaboom. And let me get this lit up here while you're doing that.
And this is where we find there's about 17 more chickens.
Seriously.
Don't worry, it's a poultry matter. That thump was perfectly timed.
Do you enjoy your kneecaps?
Okay, initiative.
I guess you technically don't need to see these corners, but oh well. There you go.
Hell hath no foul, for they are here.
That doesn't work.
I'm so excited.
And you just can't hide it.
Ba-dum-tuss.
I would say that this, you notice this little thing here off to the side as the chicken, or before the chicken screeches at you. It's some weird little creature. It is considered small. It is sticking its finger in the pillar and then, like, I'm trying not to be lewd. It is sticking its finger in and out of the hole and then pulling it out and then jumping up and down, clapping its hands before it turns to look at you. And then even though you didn't surprise them, you're still up first.
Okay, so I guess first bonus action.
And here's your last one. Music, that is.
And I run up. And I'm going to
Another good choice for music.
try and wreck its face.
That hits.
What is with me in rolling minimum for damage?
You can never go wrong with Vivaldi.
I like all the comments saying that like Vivaldi is the heavy metal of the classical era. You give it a good
So how do I
slash.
put on temp HP?
There's another thing for it on your sheet. Directly below your hit points, there is temporary hit points,
Oh, they changed that.
and they will
Okay.
be taken from before your hit points. So you also have one more AC with that, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. I don't know that I have a thing to add AC.
Just add it.
Temporary AC.
It lasts like a minute, which is probably going to be the whole combat, so you can just go up here and do that.
Okay.
You give a slash across its little shark fin thing. It cuts some gashes into it, and then the little shark fin splits in half in a horrific way before it gives you, let's see, first we got a little bite, and then we got a little claw. It hops up squawking at you with its teeth, and you just kind of step out of the way of it, and then its claws as it jumps into the air also miss, and then it like falls on its butt before standing back up.
I smack it back down with the shield.
Otherwise, this one's gonna come from behind the pillar, over here. Got my sheet mixed up for a second. Yolfir, it jumps up and goes to bite you. And it like clamps onto your leg since it's so small. You take 3 piercing damage. And then it tries to follow it up with a claw, doing like a little kick into the air. And you smack it out of the way. Otherwise, how fast do these little nerds move? Very poorly.
Nerds! Actually, that's not too bad.
It's average.
I just wouldn't call that poorly.
Yeah, I guess so. Then, this other one, as you see it come around the corner, you don't know why, but as it approaches you, I almost made it bigger there by accident instead of dragging it. You're having trouble focusing on these abyssal chickens as it comes into range, and just looking at the mad look in its eye, it makes you really want to just beat the shit out of this Gru. And it's going to try to give you a little bite. And it also goes in and you slap it away, and it misses. Back to Yolfir.
Kind of pissed that this thing bit him. He's gonna move up, and then, like, just to stay within range of Shrin, and then if he was a monk, I'd make a choke the chicken joke, but he's just gonna cut it. He's gonna try and decapitate it.
Well, its head is kind of low, and you don't really know how the hell its anatomy works with its little shark fin that splits in half. You do to give it a good cut across the top of its little mouth, you guess. It's not decapitated, but it is certainly not looking good. Its entire upper mouth portion is split in half.
So it kind of looks like the shriekers from Drummers.
I mean, now that you mention it,
Let me find an image of this so you guys can have the context for how weird these freaking things are.
some combination between the Shriekers and the Ass Blasters.
Honestly, that's probably what the Ass Blasters should have looked like.
I will say, as you swing at it, even though you hit it, you hear a laughing in your mind coming from would be your right.
So coming from the pillar.
It's that direction, yes.
We did not bring any explosives.
Loken.
Yeah, I'm gonna step forward, and I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but it looks like it kind of just needs to die a horrible puncture-related death.
With this one?
Yeah.
Okay. That definitely hits.
That's some puncture-related damage.
Since it's walking on all fours, you kind of hit it in the top of its chest, like its collarbone. And when it was previously like in a really weird, laughing mood, it kind of grabs the bolt. I keep saying arrow as it goes in, and it looks over in your direction and shrieks at you.
I like this thing even less, and that wasn't a lot to begin with.
Forger.
I will move in front of Loken and also put an arrow at that.
That hits.
I am depressed.
I'll say you added into the other shoulder, so now it's it's grabbing at both and no longer cackling wildly. Shren.
I howl and I think I just offhanded my first attack.
It would be the same thing, but it's not adding your strength to it. There you go. You can use the first roll and then add the damage of the second.
Yeah. And again,
Which one did you hit?
lowest possible damage.
Which enemy did you hit? Five. I will say it is not looking good anymore.
And then I think I will actually try and offhand my shield.
The little shield bash thing again.
Yep. It's 21 hit him.
Yep. Hit D4 plus strength, I think. Almost. It's looking extremely bad now.
Technically, that should be plus another 2 because I'm raging.
Point still stands. It's looking very bad. And then on to the chickens. Just doing all the rolls right now, so it's easier. This one goes for Shren with the bite, and you slap it out of the way because of how small it is. And then it goes after the claw. The claw does graze you a little bit, but you're resistant to mundane damage when you're raging, right?
Yeah, slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning.
I believe it rounds up
think it rounds down.
Rounds down. So it does one slashing damage to you. And then we'll have this one. It also does a bite and a claw, and both miss for sake of brevity. This one's going to come over here.
Is crap, I forgot your guy's name. Jolfir still imposing disadvantage?
He would have to choose his reaction on one of them. So if he wants to impose disadvantage on one damage, then I guess.
I don't know how his character stuff works. I thought it was automatic.
Not yet.
Would you like to impose disadvantage on a 1 damage attack?
No, thank you.
And then we go back to... This one's trying to go for Yulfir, and that's a miss. And that's a miss. And then this one, finally, that's a miss and a miss. So back to the Gru. He's going to try the bite again. Oh, hey, look, the bite misses. So back to Yulfir.
Same one as last time. He wants to see if abyssal chickens also run around with their head cut off. Or whatever they call a head.
That hits. Let me get a look at this picture again.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot to cleave, but I'll say you cleave its head off. And since so much of it is gone, it kind of just falls backwards, and then the legs are just kicking into the air and nothing. So it would be running, but, you know, it's so back heavy that it can't really stay up.
He's satisfied with his scientific curiosity.
Back to Loken.
Yeah, that Gru needs to die. There's no more to this. The Gru needs to die. The Gru needs to die. The Gru needs to die.
Roll a hit. Did you hit? You hit.
A
Any
12?
damage would have healed it.
Yes! I made another unicorn!
It is down, and as it goes down, everyone but Loken feels a weight on their body disappear. You didn't notice you had it before, but now that it's dead, you feel lighter and more energized. Also, at this point, the green around the pillar would start flickering and dissipate, which I cannot do because the green is on the map. So
Chicken
The
little,
map is
more
green.
like chicken dead. I will shoot a bolt at this one.
that hits it in its little weird shark fin thing again. And
Which
it
is
like,
also technically their wings.
yeah, they're wings, but they go up into a shark fin. I would say it pins the two of them together, and it kind of messes up its balance. I'm not sure if the balance is messed up just from the impact of the shot or from it being on its last legs. His chicken legs, oh.
I wonder what demon chicken tastes like.
Corruption.
Probably instant food poisoning. Don't eat these.
Don't breed this. Back to Shrin. top is looking bad, left is looking hurt, but okay, and bottom is fine.
Oh, I thought that one was fine. Bottom was hurt. That
Nope.
one was hurt. Okay. I just saw an arrow smack into the one, so I'm gonna try and claw it. Something tells I missed.
You did indeed.
And then I'm gonna try and punch it with my shield.
Shoot it like the number 8.
Equally miss.
E.
And I believe that's my turn.
Okay, so miss, hit, miss. Oh, it crit the damage though. Yulfir, would you like to impose disadvantage on this 5 damage attack?
Yes. Looked like it might be a big one.
And as it goes to claw at him, I guess you just step over and smack it completely with the shield to where it just lands back on the ground without doing anything. And
This
nerd needs
confused
to
look
move.
on his face going, that wasn't supposed to happen. And so he follows up with that with an attack on it.
Which happens to be the northern one. After smacking it onto the ground, I would say you just dig the sword straight into it. That's not how you do that. Here we go. And it stops moving the second you pull it out. Back to Loken.
Well, now that the thing is dead,
If
gonna
you
try to
step
take-
that way, that one's going to try to do an opportunity attack. And it actually does hit.
what?
If you move from here to here,
I'm
this
not
one, you're
here.
moving out of this one's threat, so it attacks Yulfir.
What you could do is move here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm not the one triggering a opportunity attack.
No.
No, I wanted. He went with the momentum of killing that one, but yeah, I'll take an opportunity attack.
It hits for 3.
Well, after watching that, Logan's gonna shoot it. Like the bitch it is.
Punish it. That sadly misses.
Would a 15 hit?
Yes.
I'm saving face. As a hobgoblin, I get a bonus to the roll equal to the number of allies that I can see within 30 feet of me. I can
Yep.
do this once every short
That
amount.
works.
So that's up to a 15, and a shoot at 5 damage.
As it as Yulfir walks away and the chicken jumps up and claws at his back, before it even hits the ground, you have shot an arrow into it, and it flies back for a second, and then continues on the ground and then growls towards you. They can fly, just not good.
All chickens can fly. They just prefer not to.
Just not good. back to Vorgere.
I will put an arrow into this one.
That hits. I'm gonna say you also make this one a unicorn again. I don't know why I keep selecting their health instead of the X.
These fowl were clucking mad to pick a fight with us. But we winged it and won.
Back to Shren. How do you feel about terrible puns? Do they make you angry?
Well, I am raging.
The pun was so bad, it filled you with the anger you needed to cleave this thing down the middle. Let it be known that Shren only needs the power of puns to make him stronger.
And smack it with the shield, too.
Just for good measure. Just because you were so angry. At that point, it's already dead, so you just further smash it into a little paste on the ground.
I am not
We'll be
sorry
up here
for those
too.
puns.
I'm not sorry for them either.
Just keep in mind, they could be hazardous to your health.
I'm moving them off screen, but hell, do you want to draw blood from these as well? They are demons.
Gonna assume that vampires don't drink demon blood or whatever she needs the blood for. She probably doesn't need demon blood.
I poke one of the chickens and wonder if I can eat it. Well, poke it with the end of my staff.
And Tren repeats, they're probably instant food poisoning. Eat at your own risk.
Their blood is a dark black and is boiling the water that it's next to. There's
I
not much
back
water
away.
in here anyways, though, so it's more like just vaporizing it a little bit and then playing on the stone floor.
I'm going to investigate the room, I guess. And the pillar. Mostly the pillar.
You do notice that the pillar is not glowing sickly green anymore. All the light is left, even though it's still on the map, just to ignore that. The pillar, it almost looks relaxing now with all the little eyes on it. You can notice that it's actually, I don't have those available for you to look at anymore, do I? It's almost as if it's a set of eyes that are crying. It does have water going down it. There is a hole in it as well.
I stick my finger in it.
Giggity.
Well, certainly nothing happens.
You think that this was that luck fortune thing that the brothers were talking about?
Didn't he say it has to be turned all the way around to your finger?
Yep.
I stick my hand in and turn my entire body around, keeping my finger in the hole.
He did specifically say it had to be your thumb.
Yes, the thumb.
So you have your thumb in it, and you're spinning. How are you continuing the remaining 180 degrees with your arm behind you?
Yelfir moves behind Rajira and actually lifts him.
Spin me, Yulfir.
Yes.
Spin him on the x-axis or the y-axis instead of the x-axis.
Yes.
Do you have acrobatics on your cat?
Who?
Well, the only cat in the party.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't hear cat.
It is not a proficiency.
I'll still say you can roll it with advantage since you're both a cat and you have a person helping you. In fact, I'll even add like a... What's your strength, Yulfir?
My strength bonus is a 3. 16.
I'll say I'll even make that an 8. I'll say you go to pick him up, and with him twisting and jerking around, you can't quite keep a grip on him, so he kind of just falls down into the the watery floor with his thumb still in the hole.
What's this pillar connected to?
The floor.
Okay, so it's not just something sitting on the floor. It's not like we could work
It's
together to
connecting from the floor to the ceiling.
Gotcha.
How close is the hole for your thumb to the floor?
It's about 4.5 feet up.
Okay. So are you going to require us to do a acrobatics check no matter what, or do
If you can convince me of another one, I might let you do it.
I have a thought.
Okay, take the palm of your hand towards your collarbone. Put it in a fist, lift your elbow up as high as you can, and put it in the hole. And then rotate your arm forward and then backwards behind your back while keeping your thumb in the hole. Until you're leaning forward. That is how you do this trick.
Oh, I get you.
How narrow is this hole, if you don't mind me asking?
Let's see. I'd say it's probably the circumference, or it would be diameter, rather, of a ring that like an orc would have. So a fairly thick hole. There's enough room for your thumb to move around inside.
So can I do that? And does that qualify as doing it, or do I need to do an acrobatics check?
I'll give you an acrobatics with advantage and also a +5. Yeah, easily.
And then I'm struck by lightning.
You do this little maneuver where you're like... The way I took it was that you're sticking it in and then rotating forward and then like doing a front flip, right? And then setting
Technically,
yourself
you
back
only
up.
need to lean until you're like an L shape.
Yeah. And then directly after you do that, you feel or you hear something inside the pillar, like a clattering, as if something's falling down from the top into the bottom. And a little slot opens up. So you'll have to take your thumb out, but a little slot opens up, and it drops out a die, as in a dice die, like a crane machine dropping a thing out of the little hole.
Like a D6.
Yes.
It lands on a 2. I
Yelfir is really fucking confused.
pick it up, and I'm like, okay.
Perhaps if you sleep on it, you'll figure out what it is. Otherwise, in the rest of the room, you notice this little thing in the top left here
I see.
is another one of Antonio's little lean-tos, but it has collapsed. It's got some rocks all in it. Inside his little chest here that's barely peeking out from under the rubble, you can find some rations that aren't wet and destroyed. Spoiler, they're mayonnaise. There's also a whole 2-person tent in here. And there is also a book. It is Resistance to Civil Government by Harry David Verbulge. Other than that, there's not much else in here that's not ruined by wetness or mold. So let me put that on the loot stats again.
And Vargier is still rubbing his thumb and whimpering.
I tell the rest of you guys, you can try it using the method that I just showed you.
Locoon has a stupid idea. And that's only because I want to roll athletics instead of acrobatics. And that, which I don't know why I want to do that. I have more acrobatics than I have athletics. But just like straight up and down, standing front flip.
Go ahead and try.
I might as well roll acrobatics since it is higher. But nope. Just fall flat on my fucking face.
Right into the water. Make a big splash and get it on everybody that's nearby.
Bubbles just gurgling up from the face down position.
Yelfir's gonna try to do it the way that they were shown, but he's not quite gonna lean that much. He's gonna do a little bit more athletics to try and just steady himself. He is wet enough already, so he's not afraid of falling. He's just more afraid of falling with his thumb stuck in a hole.
Can I assist him?
Sure, but he didn't need it. I would say again, this time you feel the little trap door opening above you, but there is no noise clattering around inside, and nothing comes out.
Okay, should I just go to a dry patch and sleep on it?
I'll tell you what it is whenever you get out, basically.
Well, I think that I think it might be a good idea to tell the twins that they can go back to their home again.
Oh, you hear from Vorgier's disappointed whimpering.
Um,
Well, if you don't like the dice,
what's it called? What is here? Does this bridge just cut off, or
It's
Is there
just an
more-
enclosed room all by itself, yeah.
I meant down below? Instead of going up, if we had just gone
Over
straight.
here.
Yeah.
I guess
So
you
that's-
guys could check on the way out.
Okay, I would
Yeah.
want to check just because loot.
see, but that's where we're going to find Ruby weapon, and we didn't save before we did that, and now we're just fucked.
Let me just here's the easier way to do this. There you go. I would
Oh,
say on your
so
way
yeah,
out
it
you
is-
would
the bridge
notice
is- Out.
yeah, it's collapsed in on itself. It's fallen off into the water below, and there's even little fishies swimming from one side of the stream to the other across this watered part.
Okay, so probably would have seen that in the dark, given that I have the dark vision. But so nothing in that direction. Let's go somewhere else.
So, what was causing the water problems?
I would
Everything.
guess
As
the
far as you
corruption-
can tell, after you killed the Gru, a weight was lifted off your shoulders, and the pillar stopped glowing green.
Except for Lokun.
No, you would have noticed it too. You were like over here, and you
Yeah.
definitely would have seen the pillar turn off, basically,
Sure, but
like
you said everyone
a
except
green
Lokun-
nightlight turned off.
Yeah, you said that everyone except Lokun felt the weight off their shoulders, though.
Oh, that was an effect from the Gru that you were not close enough to get.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Yelfir would take a firm hold of the Gru and, like, at the very least, try and drag it to a place where there is no water.
You could always take it out with you. You're already gonna take a skulk with you.
Yeah, I actually probably at least move the chickens, the abyssal chickens, out of the water because you don't know what weird stuff those creatures are emitting.
Can we taxidermy the skulk?
Don't see why not, unless humanoids are particularly hard to taxidermize.
Wouldn't that just be an invisible thing?
Yes, it would actually.
That's why you place it between
I'm
two mirrors.
specifically taking it back because the lady who made the ghoul and that kind of stuff might have use for it.
Perhaps. Nope,
Anyways,
that's not what I meant to do.
we're heading back now, I guess.
I don't know if I can do this and if it will chain for you guys, or if I have to wait for the 15 seconds.
Nope, we're back on the other map. On the way out though, now that combat isn't exactly a issue anymore. God damn it, Swivel. Lagoon is going to ask and keep on Borger, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Because every time I hear it, it's just anyways, Borger. So are you planning on keeping that crossbow?
I don't know. I mean, we could play rock, paper, scissors for it.
How about we roll the dice we found?
Only thing is, I'm not one for magic or anything. Crossbow's usually my weapon of choice.
Well, all right then. Here you go.
Appreciate it. And he'd, like give it a once over, just checking the weight of it. And he's genuinely appreciative. And that was the only thing. He just didn't want to like do that in the middle of combat or something. How are the brothers doing, by the way?
Upon seeing you come back, they would have played the song that I just linked in chat, a more celebratory song. And I guess since one of them is currently playing a pipe, it would be Antonio that would call out to you. Hello, my friends. I feel a disturbance to leave this place.
Yeah, there was a
That would be this thing.
Yes, that thing.
I have no clue what that is. You're way over there.
Yeah, Yelfir's just, now that it's out of the water, he's just dragging it.
I didn't show you guys the image of this place, but here is of this room that you were in, specifically the raised portion.
Oh, nice.
Now see the nice little reflection on the bottom.
Could you redo it? I accidentally clicked back onto the screen just enough time to actually... Thank you. Oh, that's cool.
I'm now guessing that the reflection is off of the water, not off of the marble.
Yes. There's enough water to go up your boot, but not up into your boot.
Who said I was wearing boots?
Okay, to your ankle.
Sorry, just had to give you a little grief about that. I figure actually my from my shin down, when you can see them, they're like anthropomorphic.
Digitigrade.
That's another way of saying it. Yes.
So
I am
he-
glad
Half werewolf.
I'm glad that you would made it out to safe, even though you do look a little worse for wear.
The hellish fowl were, well, a bit of a handful, fouling the water and all.
Yes, there. We found a few things. We found fishmen. We also made a hole in the wall there, and you can go in there, but I wouldn't stay there too long. There seems to be very large underground whales. And we killed some things that, even though they're called chickens, you should never ever eat them.
Oh,
They
surely
were very foul.
it wasn't my chickens that I left when I fled back there, was it?
No, they're like
Um,
demon chickens.
Demons? Did one of them happen to have a bow around its left leg?
No.
Did any of us?
Nobody checked.
I dragged them
Not
out
that we were
onto the
aware.
land, out of the water. Did any of them actually have?
Okay, one of them had it on it then.
I think I would still respond with no.
Okay then.
Now that the corruption's
Though
gone,
we did leave the
why-
chickens on the causeway. You could always go back there and see if one of them was.
Oh, I don't think I'll be leaving this entrance here anymore. I have a food and my mia pollo. I think it's mia pollo in Italian, but whatever. He's even have a little these rats. Perhaps I could domesticate them.
did we loot what was in the chest that we saw there?
Yeah, you did. There's
Okay.
a book, some food in the 2-person tent.
Yeah, I
Didn't
don't
we
remember
determine?
anything saying we took those, so I was gonna say if your chest's back there if you wanna.
Yeah, didn't we determine that they were his? I would give the book back at the very least.
If you produce it, you would be like, "Oh no, I now have everything here. I'd rather not have anything to bring up the bad memories. You see, in fact, Antonio or Luigi and I were talking about a reward for you, perhaps." And he'll run off into the room over here, go up to his tent, and then come back with 2 books. I don't have a much, but here are 2 books. And again, it is The Domestication of the Vermin by William Shakespeare and The Blackbird by Edgar Allan Poe. There's one more thing. As you can see, Luigi and I are not. And then Luigi pipes up and says, "Normal." Yes, normal. And then he kind of stutters for a little bit, and then Luigi takes over and says, "We used to have more deformities, but we are pious men. We pray to the god, and our third arm it fall off. It is glory to his graceness. We buried it under the oak tree up above. I think there is something there that you may find that could be useful."
You say praying. Perhaps this holy symbol might help you?
Let's see. She picks it up and holds it by the chain and kind of looks at it. It's certainly no god I've ever seen. You can keep it for yourself. I have my own ways of speaking to a Maya god. It's through the music, you see.
I pull out a chain with a wooden relief of a wolf, and I say, "I don't know that my god would be all that helpful, but I will pray for you."
I thank you, my friend. I will cherish it. As in the notion, not the symbol. Now, if you're all done with your businesses here, we have a more music to compose. Perhaps less violent in nature, composed to the rest. Perhaps a sonnet, ballad. Oh, I know. How about a ballad to your heroism?
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Oh, yes, please.
Do you all have a heroic name for your group?
Lokun kind of just like looks to the others, is like, fuck.
The Misfits?
Misfits.
Looks Yolfir looks back to the hole leading to the massive fish and goes, deep feeders.
I don't hate that.
Well, as long as it's not the bottom feeders, that's a for sure.
I kind of wanted to say chicken fuckers, but I don't think
Please no.
I
The
Don't wanna-
defowlers.
I still have 7 crossbow bolts left. Don't make me use them.
yes, I realize that. And so that's why deep feeders.
Why not the defowlers?
Oh yes, the defilers of the psychomatic cistern, you might say.
I don't mind that. Although it is a pun, and we do have 2 people in this party who do not like puns.
We could also go with the Outcasts, seeing as how we are all exiled.
I kind of feel like that describes the majority of this island, though.
It is no matter. I will come up with something, and you will all certainly know who it is for. No?
The misfit manglers.
Apparently he's French now.
We could go with Misfit Manglers.
Misfit
Mangle
anglers.
anything. What?
Misfit anglers.
I am not fishing that. Whatever that was.
I just think that was a sign from the gods that we did good here today.
That pun was pretty fishy.
I think that was a sign from the gods that we shouldn't go near water for a while.
I certainly am not. Only water that I'm going near is something I'm going to drink from. And even then, maybe.
You might want to think about also going near a tub.
Ew, tub. That means bath.
No, he's got a point there. But at least I can see the bottom of a tub. I don't need to know what leviathans are beneath.
Unless this is a certain SCP, and then we'd still be screwed.
I smell like fish blood. I want a tub.
Let's go leave these 2 in peace. I'm sure they have a lot of music to write. And I believe that we have a dinner owed for us.
Don't forget, behind the oak tree. You'll come in here behind the fire? Beside the fire, rather?
And I'm gonna pick up the torch we left here. Now I have 1 in each hand and have no fucking clue what to do with them.
Double torching.
I'm gonna go to the oak tree and dig up whatever it is he left.
Once we get outside, I'll douse the torches, hopefully not setting fire to the this rickety place's roof as I walk past it.
It's made of stone.
Verger flops onto the ground, relieved to be out of there and away from the giant fish.
I will say that Vorgere and Loken both know that This up here is the oak tree. And sure enough, you can see it's like a little stick sticking out of the ground as a marker. I don't know what you guys are gonna dig it up with, but I'm assuming you dig it up somehow, anyways.
Wait. Well, I am part werewolf, so
Yeah, you
claws.
dig it out with your claws.
And I do have a crowbar, so that can help by at least acting like a pick shovel or a digging stick.
And I am probably
Shurian is
digging a
expert
lot
hole
like a
digger.
dog.
Once you get deep enough, you find a very crudely made like wooden box. It hasn't even got enough nails in it to close it fully. It's just like one on each corner. Inside there is a shriveled arm currently in the process of mummification, and on the ring finger there is a ring.
I pull off the ring.
Somewhere deep below. Antonio and Luigi shiver. I guess I will reveal these both now, since it doesn't matter after this. But here is...
I just realized Edgar Allan Crow.
Uh-huh.
You just
Wow.
realized it.
He's a kinku.
Yes. They've gone over that pun before.
There you go. Your die was a charlatan's die. You attune to it, and you can choose what it lands on. And the ring is a ring of mind shielding, which blocks your thoughts from people, basically.
So what you're saying is that we now have the two most important things for becoming a perfect gambler.
Oh,
Basically, yeah.
Oh,
right.
that would have been perfect for my character.
And Mr. Upset about the die, I actually would give you the die.
What?
Person, I can't remember who it was, but the other person who tried to do what I did and was successful, and then it didn't work.
I think that was Yulfir.
I think it was more of an experiment just to see if it would happen again.
Yeah. Yulfir doesn't.
Well, someone did it and was sad that it didn't happen again.
I cried.
Okay, well, as we're coming up the stairs, I would hand you the die.
You made a very happy cat. Who hugs you?
I probably smell like wolf.
And I smell like cat.
Probably wet cat.
I
Most
think at this
certainly
point
white
you're
cat.
all
Well-
probably wet.
Wolf with fish blood on me.
Well,
Rat blood, fish blood, bat blood, abyssal chicken blood. Yeah, Yulfir needs a bath.
this
Well,
is
you know where you can get a bath. Back at the inn.
And I go and set this skulker on the desk. Our desk.
The bar.
Yes.
As well as the
multiple bottles of blood.
Yes.
no, the thing Yulfir's been dragging.
Oh, the
Lurker?
Groot?
Oh, Groot.
Oh no, we had one of those too. The dog or whatever.
Nah, I think it was the Gru.
There's a
Yeah, it
Gru
was a
and
Gru.
the Skulk.
Skulk. That's what it was.
I have the skulk. He has the Gru. I remember that it is Gru because it is one letter short from a
Character you like.
Yes. Not really. Just one that's famous.
I would say when you come in, Mr. Hillbilly again pipes up. Because I'm assuming you're carrying these things with you, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hoo-wee! That's what's been causing all these night terrors? Sure is an ugly son of a bitch, ain't it? A lot smaller than I reckoned. Y'all clear out them rats, too? We got folk that need to draw water from that. That tarnation's clearing them all right quick, like a woodchuck on a hickory stump, I tell you what.
Don't know
We
about the
cleared out
nightmares, but it was
anything-
tainting the water.
Yeah, we cleared out anything that attacked us. So anything down there, left down there, should be.
But there are giant, how shall I put it? Giant,
Leviathans?
yes. Just stay away from the water.
If you can't
Leviathan.
see the bottom,
Also, I'm gonna say he has an axe on his, like hanging off his side, kind of in a belt loop. If you have the Gru on the table, he'll like grab it and cleave its head off in one swing, and then like put it in a sack with him. Some of them magically inclined folks around here said whatever it was that was causing these things, make sure to have its head so they can potentially reverse whatever it's doing. Sounds like y'all got it figured out, but just in case, you know?
yeah, this invisible thing, I know it kind of looks like that just we have ropes that are in circles here doing a trick, but there's an invisible thingy there.
There's a trick to the invisible.
What's it called? Locoon will pull out his scimitar, which is like polished, and hold it at an angle so that he could see the invisible thing in its reflection.
Well, apparently he rolled a fucking 18, so he can see it anyways. Oh, doggy. Now that you mention it, that looks more like one of them, I think my mama used to call them spooks. Definitely didn't want to go outside when them ones were about. No, sirree, Bob.
Think there's a bounty on him.
I'm probably actually already trying to talk to the bartender about if his master might want the sculk.
He'll come over and say, well, even if she doesn't, we certainly have a lot of, he says as he's like drooling, a lot of patrons that sure would appreciate it.
Do not fear the invisible whatchamacallits. They can be killed.
Just put them to sleep first.
The other thing is I would offer, like, what would she trade for the blood that I have collected?
Handing him the 3 water skins, was it, of blood?
Yes, we'll say one full of rat blood, one full of bat blood, and the other full of the, not Kotoa, the other ones. Sahuagin blood.
Well, I don't know if she'll be too pleased with bats and rats, but takes the Sahuagin one and like puts it on the shelf behind him, all these things along the wall, and then kind of puts the other 2 separate off to the side. He'll fish out like a note and pass it to you.
Okay.
Show to... I don't care about GeForce Game Ready drivers. Go away. Making sure I'm showing it to the right person. There we go.
You still see Roger trying to wipe the blood that he got on him from hugging Shrin.
Can you see that note, by the way? Or do I have to also give you editing privileges?
I see it, but it is blank.
Oh, I have it in the GM section. Look at this dumbass. There you go. So what'd y'all find down there besides these two? You sure came back right quick. Quicker than me running from my mama when she's got a hickory stick.
Well, there were some bats, a giant one. Some rats, which...
And a
killed.
giant one.
Some demonic chickens. Or a few of them.
They were very foul.
What are those monsters? They, floating heads have a bunch of eyes on them.
It got eaten by a fish.
Not too sure what you're talking about, but floating head sounds a bit like one of them lost souls to me.
I don't know. It's looked kind of like a person with a slug's eyes. You know, the really long eye stalks things. I don't know. It kept on shooting. It seemed like it was shooting magic lasers or beams at us.
He's just rubbing his chin the whole time. Nope. Got me. No
Yeah.
idea what you're talking about.
Well, it's dead because this whale's bigger than a whale-sized monster just jumped out of the water and ate it up.
And I died for a few minutes.
That happened too.
He reaches over and, like, touches you on the shoulder. Well, seems like he ain't dead to me.
I was in a great space floating in the void. I think it was the void. Void is the afterlife.
Quickest way I know to check if you're dead is to touch yourself, and if you're colder than an iron skillet left out in the snow, then you're probably dead, yeah. Now I'm thinking about it. I owes Ewans around on the house, if I'm remembering right, and a dinner to go with it with this head. Hey, Morty, get to oven hotter than a polecat on a salamander's behind. We got us some real folk heroes out here. Okay, good. And after Morty starts getting the food together and he puts down his little pouch of coin to pay for all of them, or all of you rather, he picks up the bag with the head in it and says, "All right, I'ma head out of here. I got somewhere to be shortly. Don't y'all forget to watch your backs. You never know when something will sneak up on you all quiet like and snuff you out faster than you can say, Manus Potentius Pero." And at that, he disappears out of the room. And I
almost
will
faint.
leave it off on that.
Did we
I
just go head hunting
thought
for a
this-
wizard?
They were going to attack us.
You may have.
And fade to black as Lokun just takes some more alcohol, just whatever it is, just drink.
Yes, indeed.
I carefully read the note and then thank the bartender and tell him that I'll continue bringing him what I find.
Don't get yourself killed next time.
I will
We'll try not to.
attempt not to.
And at that, I hope everybody enjoyed themselves over this, 4 hours,
Yeah,
almost 5.
Really fun. I enjoyed myself.
I did
This
too.
was a lot of fun.
It was a
Nobody
lot of
asked.
fun.
Nobody asked Antonio where he's from, to where he has a weird accent. But he,
Well,
he
we're
comes
kind
from he comes from a town built on the water with a bunch of gondolas coming through it. It's called. Let me type it out here so you can get the pun. It's called Tortellini, on account of all the turtles that live there, because the water, you know.
Oh my-
Next question. Did he start out a turtle or a turtle and turn into this?
No, he was always a human.
Well, I can't say always. He's not one anymore.
He's a mutant.
But he is neither a turtle nor a ninja.
Maybe
But he
there will
could
be one of
qualify the
those in the future when I run.